All right, hello, we are back in the last Starship. Today we are launching the Stargate project. So that'll be our probably our big accomplishment. I don't think we'll get through it. It's going to take multiple streams to get all the way through it. But we can get it going. So if we kind of look at where we are, we've got our main ship and we have our fuel ship. This fuel ship now is just cranking out fuel. Even unloading fuel to sell, we're actually making some good money and fuel there. Now we can go and refuel our ship. So this ship has 30,000 fuel right now in these two big old fat tanks right here. We've got the third part of the Tiddlets, Trouble with Tiddlets quest. And we do have, this is the start of the Stargate project. Achievement wise for Steam, we have unlocked 4 so far. So we have Black Hole Sun complete, we have a Wolf in Sheep's Clothing complete, and so many Tiddlets, the Breed 1000 Tiddlets is complete, and the paint job. Hey, already got yourself a treasure chest. That's doing pretty good to start out. There we go. All right. So this is our main ship right now. This will kind of be our... We'll call it our default ship, if you will. And then we'll probably add to the fleet as well, as we need to do other things, if you will. All right, so I think let's do the Tiddlet quest first. Then we'll do get the Stargate project kicked off and started. Where are we at for research right now? We are currently researching Metallurgy Level 2. All right, that part's done. We just need to get that knocked out. And then that'll probably link us up to having to get this. I'd also like to pick up fighters in there at some point. All right, let's go ahead and accept this quest. Dr. Magnus Swanson, the work continues, Captain. There is so much more to these Tiddlets than we realized. Regrettably, Professor Toppenbury has been forced to take a leave of absence from the stress of his work. You understand? We know how they reproduce now, and we know their limits. During hyperspace travel, 3 of them will telepathically reproduce. Well, we're not quite sure yet how long it takes for their children to grow up. However, we notice they hop at exactly the same time their parents do. This isn't important, but I thought you might find it amusing. As you've already seen, they experience hyperspace shock if they've been in hyperspace travel for too long. But the key is in the final stage of life cycle, we know if we expose them to hyperspace shock, their telepathic energies are so strong that a small crystal is formed in their final moments. We've been studying the crystals we've recovered so far. They resonate in subspace in a way we've never seen before. Some of the crystals are entangled at the quantum level and resonate together. Apply a signal to one and another responds instantly across any distance. There are so many potential applications. So on to business. There is a scientist by the name of Dr. Julian Martinez in a nearby system. He had a moment of fame recently after a daring rescue of his brother. He has a ship for sale that we believe will be of some use. Travel to the noble doctor and buy his ship. He wants 1 million credits, which is ridiculous. He thinks his intervention is worth that much. Negotiate with him, knock that price down, and I'll wire the funds directly to him. If you can improve his offer, I'll pay you 20% of the savings as a bonus. So this is where we should be on good terms with Julian because we saved his brother. Travel to the black hole. New objective. Okay. So let's rock and roll here. Nancy's just on a roll tonight already. All right. Let it roll. Let's see. All right, we made it to the system. Contact Dr. Martinez. Captain, it's so good to hear from you again. How have you been? We've been taking some time to recover. I must admit, I spent so long planning my brother's rescue, I almost don't know what to do with myself. I don't think I had the chance to properly thank you, Captain. You risked your life for us, and now my twin is 10 years older than me. It's taken some getting used to. I've put the rescue ship up for sale. I was asking 1 million, but you can have it for half that price if you like. Thank you, Captain. You'll always be welcome with us. All right, so 500,000. So it would be the full million, if not more. I can't remember if you didn't rescue his brother. But because we rescued his brother, he's given us a 50% discount, and then we should get 20% of 500,000. So that should be 200,000, right? No, 20% of 500,000 would be 100,000. We shall see. All right, so we should now have incredible work, Captain. I'm not sure how you managed that, but I'm true to my word. I'll wire the funds to Dr. Martinez with the sales bonus of 100,000 for you. Bring the ship back to the Institute and let's put it to use. All right, does it have any crew on it? Appears to have 2 crew. It's a cool little ship. So you said you don't know when you're going to get your main truck back yet still? Okay, let's see what we have. Short hopper, Procyon cruiser, and then there is the dock ship. Now we should be able to, let's make sure short hopper has 21. We have 20. We're good to go there. All right, so let's go ahead and I think we just need to go back here. Holy cow, that's a pretty big job there. All right, let's tighten up our fleet formation here a little bit. All right, let's move forward a little bit. Yeah, check that out. So the short hopper is coming into formation. There we go. Okay. They are both ready. Let's jump the ships. Our plan is simple, Captain. We found during your excellent field work that the Tiddlets will still reproduce even with an incredibly short FTL jump. The ship you just purchased has a specially modified FTL hop drive. We can use it to make very short jumps and trigger the hyperspace reproduction process among the Tiddlets. We want you to pair the hop drive ship with our Tiddlet farm vessel and activate the short-range hop drive. You won't even need to leave the system. If our calculations are correct, we should see an instant result. Fly short range close to the Tiddlet farm, or short hopper. Activate the hop drive. Okay. Now, I think we're going to try to do this two ways. So I'm going to save on that save. And I'm going to save on that save. Okay, so the idea here is we're going to try to go after this achievement, which I think will make it so that we can get that destroy the Tiddlets type of thing. All right, this ship is pretty quick and nimble, which is kind of cool. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off fleet formation here. So we now have the Tiddlet farm, which is just a big old ship with a whole bunch of sensors and scientists and Tiddlets in boxes. All right, 11 Tiddlets on the farm ship. Activate the okay. Excellent. It's working as I knew it would. Give us 3 more hops, Captain. Perform more hyperspace hops. O of 3. All right. We should have plenty in here. Okay, so we're going to do 2 of these hops. Load up our hyper FTL drive and jump again. Okay, so far we're pretty safe here. So I'm gonna... Yeah, that doesn't help anything. You don't have a comfortable mattress, that makes everything kind of suck. Alright, charge up the FTL drive. Here's hop number 3. We have 119 Tiddlets. So you can see all the babies. Go Tiddlets. Yes, I knew this would work. We can battery farm the Tiddlets in huge quantities right here in this system. Keep going. We need more. All right, let's see what it asks us to do next. 213 Tiddlets. All right. Good work. Battery farm 500 Tiddlets. Yes. All right, we're at 403. Charging, charging, charging. Yeah, if you're not comfortable, it makes, especially at night, it can really, you can wake up sore if you don't sleep in the right position. All right, keep going. Looks like that last jump fried the hop drive. Not great given what we paid for it. Oh, look at that. Broken hop drive. No matter, I'm certain my engineers can repair it. In any case, I want the hop drive to be installed on the farm ship directly. Dismantle the hop drive, Captain, and I'll send a shuttle to collect it. I want you to replace the hop drive with a conventional FTL drive for the final part of the experiment. I'll send a replacement FTL drive in the delivery shuttle. Wow, that's a lot of steps for one basic thing. All right, we dismantled the hop drive. Here comes the shuttle. We'll install the FTL drive in the exact same spot. Why not? Ooh, we're up to 10,000 already. All right. This is it, Captain. We stand on the verge of a massive achievement. Can you imagine how many crystals we can produce in just one jump? There could be hundreds. The research potentials are staggering. You know what to do, Captain. A couple of very long jumps ought to be enough. Bring them all back to me when it's done. Okay. I think this is the point where we're going to have to make a decision. If I remember this mission from before, basically we're going to get contacted by Toppenbury, and he's going to be like, don't kill all the Tiddlets. You know, we can fake something. I can't remember what it is. But basically, we have a choice to make here. And I think, let's look at our achievements again. What do we have left for Tiddlets? We've got complete the trouble with Tiddlets, and then we've got deliberately induce hyperspace shock, burning your Tiddlets alive. That's an achievement. So I think we're going to go ahead, make long-range FTL jumps, deliver Tiddlet bodies to Dr. Swanson. Okay, so let's go ahead, and again, we're going to save in 2 spots just to make sure. There it is. So, Professor Artemis Toppenbury. Captain, this is wrong. You know it is. Please don't do this. The creatures deserve more than to be battery farmed and slaughtered. My clearances have all been revoked. They shut me out completely. It's up to you, but please make the right choice. I'm hiding out in a system X35904. It is where you found me the first Tiddlets near the unusual asteroid. Bring them here and be careful not to risk hyperspace shock. We're going to set them all free. Optional, take the Tiddlets to Professor Toppenberry instead. Okay, so here's our choice we have to make. So now we just go directly to the Tiddlet farm ship. It is full. It's got 660 on board. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save yet again because we just got the rest of that conversation. Jump the gun a little bit. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to jump this ship out of Tiddlet range, Tiddlet safe distance. And I'm going to see if I can pop this achievement. That's what we're going to go for here. No FTL found. Did they not install it in here? Do I have to jump it with the other ship? I might have to jump it with the other ship. Or do I have to install it? I might have to reinstall it. Install? No, there's nothing here. Okay. We'll use Short Hopper to do it then. And then let's bring the Tiddlet ship with us. It moves pretty big, good for a big ship. Captain, please don't do this. That's pretty good context aware there. Because of what we selected and we hit that jump, it actually changed. All right, let's see. I don't see the achievement. Let's jump again. Now this time we should be able to make a nice super long jump here. All right, let's go. Across the whole sector. There, we got it. Deliberately induced hyperspace shock, burning your Tiddlets alive. 4.4% of players have this achievement. I'm gonna say that probably torched them all. Now it looks like some of them are still alive. All right, then deliver the Tiddlet bodies to Dr. Swanson. We're gonna go ahead and finish this, and then we will go ahead and reload our save. Oh, nice, nice. You got to live stream then, huh? All right, let's head on back. So we deliver the Tiddlets. Eh, 500 died, 155 are alive. All right. Oh, very cool. I'm not sure what my schedule is tomorrow. I'll see if I can jump up and catch him live. Let's see. For sale, for sale. What ship are we docked with? Oh, they're there. They're getting delivered to there. Why are we docked with this ship? We've got a shuttle and a ship dockage. Is that me? Oh, that's me. Okay, we're not supposed to be docked. So we got accidentally close enough that it auto-docked us. That's kind of funny. Okay, let's get back to this ship. So they are doing their work while they're doing the work. Well done, Captain. Everything has worked exactly as I predicted, and we now have an excellent harvest on the farm ship. More importantly, you've shown the way. Think I can take it from here, Captain? My engineers tell me they'll have my hop drive fitted to the farm ship in just a few days. In fact, we are close to automating the entire Tiddlet harvest process with this one ship. I knew we could rely on you, Captain. Thank you for showing the highest degree of professionalism. As for the rescue ship, we don't need it anymore. It was the hop drive we wanted. You can keep it if you want, or sell it. I'll be in touch if your services are required in the future. Alright, let's see if that also triggers the completion, or if there's going to be more Tiddlets. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and do a new save here. And this is going to be Boldly Go full play through burn the Tiddlets. Okay. Now, we're going to do a little bit of save scumming here now. We're going to go ahead and abandon this game. And we're going to load back up this version, where all the Tiddlets are magically back alive. 660 Tiddlets. We've got the farm ship. And we have our choice still to make here. Make the long range jump and burn them, or make the... We don't believe in this. Let's go ahead and jump to here. Let's get short hopper involved here. Okay. Fair. I don't know if there's another section of the Tiddlet. Yeah, the trouble with Tiddlets still haven't popped as the being complete, so. Captain, thank goodness, are they all safe? We have 1,252 Tiddlets. Quickly, before they figure out what's happening, I'll override the remote transceiver on the farm ship. For a few minutes, we'll be able to control it ourselves. Long enough to put an end to the horror show. Take the ship over to the asteroid, opening the docking bay doors. Pilot the farm ship to the asteroid. Open the docking bay doors. Okay. We are not fleet linked. Alright, big boy. Let's roll. See how fast you are. You've only got 2 engines. Yeah, velocity is 6. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, that's also rough when your cooking is interrupted. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's free the Tiddlets. Run, Tiddlets, run! Captain, we lost contact with our ship for a second. Where are you? You seem to have gone completely off course. My God, what have you done? Where are they? Where are my Tiddlets? Mark my words, Captain. You will bitterly regret crossing me. Grand larceny, property damage, fraud, sabotage. I'll see to it you spend the next decade in space prison for this. You and that professor. You did the right thing, Captain. That matters to me at least. I wouldn't worry too much about the threat. He knows he's operating completely illegally. There's no way to charter off deep space life permits this kind of action. As for the Tiddlets, the doctor is sure to return and try to capture more. I'll do my best to keep them safe from him for as long as I can. You may as well keep the rescue ship. You could sell it if you need to raise some funds. I'll be in touch if you need help, Captain. Episode complete. Trouble with Tiddlets. So that's the same. I don't know if we got logistics before, but... Oh, look at the parallaxing of the Tiddlet layers. That's kind of cool. Okay, so we lost control of that ship. But we still have this one. So, now we need to jump back to here. Now, I don't know what we're going to do with this ship. It's quick and maneuverable. It's got a lot of thrusters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 thrusters. How fast can this go just on thruster power? Oh, look at that. Its velocity is 30 just with thrusters. Let's fire up the engines. 36. Fire up the thrusters. Ooh, this guy's quick. 68, 69. Can we hit 70? Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's shut it down. Shut it down. Alright, let's go ahead and jump home. Okay, we are home. Let's check on our fuel ship here. See how it's doing. We're still gaining fuel while we offload this, so I think we'll go ahead and sell. We'll sell off our fuel there. And then he'll just take care of that. We got one guy that lives on this ship. He's our fuel guy. Everything looks pretty good there. We have 160,000 and we just sold, I can't remember how much, but so I have probably over 100,000 fuel in there. So he'll load these one canister at a time into the shuttle. This is Dr. Swanson at the Institute for Interstellar Life Forms. I'm declaring an emergency. We need urgent assistance. Our ship is compromised. Please, to any vessel nearby, we need emergency rescue. Many lives are at stake. Respond to Swanson's distress signal. That's interesting. Oh, it's Trouble with Tiddlets Part 4. Okay, now I'm curious. Is there a Part 4 in our other playthrough? Okay, that's the Burn the Tiddlets one. Alright, let's go ahead and save where we're at here. Let's go be the bad guys first. Always be the bad guys first. Okay, so this is the one where we burnt them, so let's go ahead and do the same thing here. We need to do stuff just to see if we can trigger that part 4. See if it's different. So we'll do the same thing we did with the other one. We'll sell that. There we go. We should probably also 6,000, 5,000. I think let's get some food for this guy. 5. There we go. That should last him plenty. All right, short hopper. How practical is this ship going to be as a cargo ship? I wonder. This is the main bay up here. What do we have up here? Chemical lab. Doing anything? Oh, it's making FTL charges. Nice. FTL charges just need what? Hyperspace isotopes. Which we have here. Alright, so this ship can make hyperspace, or can make FTL charges. Maybe that becomes its primary job. Alright, let's look at the typing here. Yeah, it's just not hooked up. So, alright, well, now we don't have to do anything. Let's see. Dr. Swanson at the Institute for Interstellar Life Forms. I'm declaring an emergency. We need urgent assistance. Our ship is compromised. Please, to any vessel nearby, we need emergency rescue. Many lives are at stake. Okay. Let's try this as the bad guys and we'll see what happens. We'll just take the short hopper over there. Anyway, I think what we'll do here is let's go ahead and get this fired up. Oh, 5 Tillium crystals. We don't have the Tillium crystals. Never mind. We're not going to be doing that right now. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. I know my monitoring software with YouTube keeps timing out. So I don't know if YouTube's having some problems on their end. I'm not really sure. My chat hasn't quit working, though. Captain, I don't know what happened. It's the hop drive. My engineers told me they tested it fully. There's something wrong with it. We can't stop jumping. They've replicated so many times. They're everywhere. If. Oh god, there's so many of them. They're in the engines, the life support. They're almost in the reactor. Squee! Get away from that console, shoo! You have to help us, Captain. Rescue the crew from the farm ship. Alright. Where are they at? Alright, let's swing this beast around. The ship is so fast. Alright, let's settle movements. There we go. We are locked in. Oh, do we have to chase them? Where did they go? Or are they still somewhere on the map here? Yep. Okay, so it's gonna jump. Oh, now we have to dock with the rotating ship. Isn't that just going to be a joy? Alright, let's get ourselves... I'm going to do this with the keyboard, I think. Oh, it has jumped again. Here we go. Okay, zoom in. Four scientists rescued. And she jumped again. Oh god, they're in the reactor room. Alright, let's go ahead and rotate this around. Go, come on. Oh, she jumped. Oh god, they're in the reactor room. Get this rotated around. All right, J, 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 K, 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 K. Lock in, lock in. All right, we got to that one pretty quick. 6 scientists, and she jumped. Looks like the hop drive burned through all the jump charges. It's over. Well, we got 6 scientists. It doesn't say how many we're supposed to get. I tried to stop him, tried to warn him. Captain, these recent events have made me reconsider my role in all this. These creatures need our protection. They need somebody to look out for them. I thought Dr. Swanson was my ally, and I thought I could trust you. But you both put money before everything else. I don't know how you can live like that. You've one last chance to make things right. It looks like a couple of Tiddlets found their way on board with the scientists you rescued. I suggest you look after them from now on, Captain. It won't atone for the things you've done, but it's a start. Alright, so this one is on our ship. There we go. That completed the trouble with Tiddlets. Now the question is, yeah, we don't have 3, so they shouldn't reproduce. We'll find out here. Okay, I kind of like that we now have Tiddlets on the ship, but... Okay, so we're going to save this as the burn the Tiddlets version. Alright, and now we'll go ahead and abandon that arm, or that arc, and we're going to go back to this one. Okay, so in this one we got the same, responded the Swanson distress signal. So let's do the same thing. We're going to take Short Hopper over there. Now all the Tiddlets should have been free in this version, I think. Captain, I don't know what happened. It's the hop drive. My engineers told me they tested it fully. There's something wrong with it. We can't stop jumping. Replicated so many times, they're everywhere. Okay, that part's the same. Hey, Lux, great to see you. How you doing? Get away from the console. Okay, so far it's the same. Except now at least we know what we're doing. Alright, so let's get short hopper. Come on, lock in. There we go. They're in the reactor room. Right? I got 4 that time. Ooh, she jumped quick that time. Alright, let's see. Let's rotate this thing around. Ooh, stop our rotation. There we go. Back it up. Oh, didn't get any of that time. You're in the air conditioning system. Oh no. And we got 6. Looks like the hop drive burned out through all the jump charges. It's over. Okay, so 6 looks like all you can get. Tried to stop him, tried to warn him. Captain, these recent events have made me reconsider my role in this. These creatures need our protection. Need somebody to look out for them. That's the same. I want to thank you for helping, Captain. When it counted. For doing the right thing, I'll split the remaining grant money I have with you. You deserve it. Okay, so there's the different story paths. Like, so Trouble Tiddlets Part 4 basically branches into 2. You can burn the Tiddlets for money. You can save the Tiddlets. And then this mission is the same mission, same objectives, but you get a different conversation. So a little bit different conversation there. I don't know if the rewards are equal. That got us 300,000. I don't remember what we got in the other. One last thing. I couldn't help but notice you picked up a couple of Tiddlets, along with the scientists you rescued. I wouldn't worry. 2 is a very safe number. Okay, cool. I recommend you never bring a third aboard. Look after them, Captain. I know you will. Episode complete. So we do have 2 Tiddlets on board now. Tiddlet 1 and Tiddlet 2. And a whole bunch of... Oh, they've got names. Dr. Harper. Dr. Mann. Dr. Altar. Dr. Barker. That's interesting. Do my scientists have names? Dr. Cole. Do my people have names? They do. Okay, this was never a thing before. Oh, we've got... Who are you? Enns Burns. Dr. Lawrence. Enns Hill. I wonder if that's Ensign. Dr. Cole. What do we got over here? Yeah, Ensign Page. Ensign Tower. Dr. West. Ensign Bryant. Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's see. Where is the short hopper? Let's go ahead and bring that one home. Alright, so we got short hopper in our cruiser. Now I believe it's going to be time to... Let's go ahead and park our ships here. Why? Because RP. There we go. There's short hopper. Yeah, the Mass Effect universe is really, really cool. I've always enjoyed it. Alright, the cruiser's much slower. It's a lot bigger, a lot heavier. All that armor, which we don't really need, is probably not helping anything. Alright, we'll slide the cruiser around here. Again, for RP reasons. Doesn't really matter where you leave the ships for the most part. Alright, shut the throttle down and back it in. Yeah, excuse me. There we go. So these are our 2 ships here, and then we do have the Temptress. Let's go ahead. Can I rename this here? Let's just rename this to the UMC Fuel Depot. That's its job. DG Industries. Perfect. There we go. So we now have the UMC Fuel Depot. It's still a little beat up. We never did take it, I think, to a shipyard to get repaired. But we repaired it with drones, and so we still have that. Okay. Let's see how we're doing here. Just loading up some fuel. Hey, Princess Ivia, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, the modding world can be a lot of fun, for sure. Okay, cruiser. Short hopper. We've got a little bit of a fleet going here, so here's what we're going to do. Yeah, I think Nancy did a... I think Nancy did a full playthrough of the Stardew Voices. We did a test of it, but I never did a full playthrough with the Stardew Voices. But it seems like a cool project. There's a couple different ones. There's one that's fully voice acted, and there's another one that's AI generated that we've tested. All right, let's go ahead and slip out real quick. Oh, Stardew Valley Expanded is one of the, arguably the top mods out there. It is well put together for sure. All right, let's go ahead and slip out. We're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Welcome back. I think I saved. Did I save? Yeah, I think we did. Absolutely. Have fun. Okay. Time to start the Stargate project. That's what this is. Let's check the map. I don't see anything else here. We'll check our contracts, and I see no more story contracts. So, let's go ahead and kick this off. Alright, Alexander James Ellistar. Captain, perhaps you are already aware, but there are big plans underway within this sector. There are designs to build something incredible. A transportation system with near infinite range requiring state-of-the-art manufacturing industry. A Stargate big enough for our most massive fleets shuttling humanity between galaxies as if they were nothing but neighboring stars. A new multi-galactic era for humanity. In all my years, I've never known such... start that again. In all my years, I've never known so much capital to be allocated to one project. There is a golden opportunity here for us, but the barriers to entry are high. I have the assets, the capital, and the facilities that we need to fulfill the Andromeda Project's massive ambitions. Yeah, I saw your post. It's a cool one. I've had a couple different ones over the years that have kind of online connectivity and stuff. Those can be a lot of fun. Sadly, my days of running the shop floor in person are long behind me. I need a floor manager, somebody who will oversee the day-to-day operations for me. And my years of experience have taught me to spot talent when I see it. Here is my proposal. I'll provide the factory station and the seed capitals so you are fully funded. You'll set up the production facility for me and oversee day-to-day operations, manufacturing parts for the Andromeda Project to their specifications. We'll split the profits 50-50. And believe me when I say there will be plenty to go around. Accept Alexander's proposal. I don't have any other choices, so... Wonderful news. I'm very happy you've agreed to partner with me on this. My factory space station is in position nearby, ready for us to use as a base of operations. This is the AGE Foundry, a wonderful industrial facility perfect for our needs. It'll just need to provide you with some access codes so you can assume control of the facility. Look at that! For years I manufactured engines and FTL drives right here. For every fleet that passed through this sector is really fallen into disrepair. Your first job is to send over a skeleton crew and establish basic power generation and life support. I had the previous crew box up some of the usable equipment. You should find the parts you need are already in storage. Victus, how you doing, buddy? 14 months, huh? Well, if 14 months doesn't deserve a little bit of a mini rave, I don't know what does. Install reactor, install air duct, pressurized facility. All right, let's see. Let's fire up just a short little mini rave for 14 months for Victus videos. Rock and roll. Awesome, thanks, buddy. I do appreciate it. All right, so here's our facility. We've got drones fixing it up. Which drones are those? Those are the drones from our other ships. Nice. All right, so what we need to do is we need to set this beast up here. Okay, first things first, let's go ahead and take care of any structural things that we want to change. I think we're going to go ahead and clean out the extra walls there. There we go, fix that up. Right, over here. Yeah, a good shower will do that. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see. Let's fix this. Floors. There we go. Clean that up. You know what? I think we're going to make a design change here. Let's take these walls out. That's not what I want. Can I undo that? I don't think so. There we go. Okay, fix that. Let's go ahead now and take that out. Victus! 20,000 star drops. Congratulations, my friend. Victus hit it big. Okay. We've now successfully kind of cleaned out most of the interior wall space here. Alright. Here's the next thing we're going to do. I'm going to turn symmetry back on. I think, let's see if this is going to work. Let's go ahead and take this section here and this section here. Not quite. We're close. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to take this whole thing here. There we go. Okay. This is a much cleaner setup. Now the question is, do we want the doors or do we open this thing up? Let's put the doors in. So we're going to add the walls here. There and there. There and there. And there was symmetry on that. Did four-way symmetry. All right. We've made some changes to the space station. We'll move the doors here in a second once we get some crew over there. There is some stuff there, so we need to set up a life support. There's a part of me that wants to kind of put it in the middle. Let's see. What if we go up to. I don't know if that's big enough for life support. Let's see what this looks like. We run that down there. We run this down here. Yeah, I don't think it's big enough for life support. But it does make it easier to navigate, I guess, so we'll leave it just for something fun. I don't know what we'll put there in the center, but we'll see. Okay. Equipment. So, let's see. We have a dock here and a dock here. I think we'll make these bottom two manufacturing. So I think we'll build life support up here. And then... not sure what we'll do with that. Okay, first thing first, we need some air. So we'll go ahead and set up an air duct. So I think we'll put air and water down here. We'll put power over there. That'll make sense. Alright, so let's see. We'll put an air duct in there. Let's put that there. We'll put in 3 tanks. Oxygen loader in here. Okay. The next step, we need an air reprocessor. And then we're going to need another tank. One tank will do it for that. We need a CO2 scrubber. Alright, that looks good there. Now, do we have a habitation? It looks like habitation goes around. It looks to be most of this. Let's look here. Habitation. There we go, that looks better, I think. There we go, I like that. That looks a lot better. And we've got little habitation pods above each thing. That works for me. Alright, it does mean then we need to find a place to put our sewage pipe. I think there's a ladder here, if I recall. Let's see, so let's go back here to schematics. Yeah, there's a ladder there that gets us into the habitation. zone. It's right there in the back, which means we should be able to put a sewage pipe basically right here. Okay, so we got we got that there. Let's go ahead and I guess make this back section our water storage. Let's see. I'm feeling medium tank again. Water purifier, sewage. Let's start with tanks. Yeah, we need to move that out of the way. Okay, we'll do the water here in a second. Let's get some crew on this thing. And we can get stuff working. Okay, first things first, how much of this can we buy? 5 available. We can actually buy all that. So we'll buy all that. And then let's go ahead and we'll get 5 crew. How many spacesuits do we have on here? Any? I don't see any. So spacesuits. There we go. Now we're gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup here. So we'll dismantle all these doors because they are not currently valid. Okay. Next thing we need to do is we need to clean some stuff up. So let's dismantle that stuff. Dismantle this stuff. Okay. Now that that's all kind of in process here, now we can start working on our next setup. And 1 tank. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Two tanks, 3 water tanks. I think we need to buy our people some water and food. There we go. Okay, so we have our 3 water tanks. Next thing is a air purifier, water purifier. So we'll put this in here. This will take wastewater and turn it into water. We need another tank. And then we need water waste treatment. This will take sewage and turn it into wastewater. We need another tank. There we go. Okay. Now we need power generation here. So our station here is going to need some fuel. So let's make the north side here our fuel. What's that? 22, 44, 66. Can't get it to pop into the spot I want. Don't know if it's because that stuff's in the way. That's weird. Alright, I'll leave that space open for right now. There we go. We'll go with a little bit of symmetry. Why not? Okay. And then we need a reactor. I think we'll go ahead and... Oh, that almost works. All right, we need to go back up that way. All right, fuel and reactors set up there. Okay. Let's see. Huge tanks. We got 3 reactors, 2 huge tanks, 2 medium tanks. All right. Let's just buy everything we can there. And now we need to do some installing. We'll put the doors back in here just to make it a little bit more, I guess, lifelike, however you want to call it. There we go. Doors are in place. All right, and then whenever our peoples get done with whatever they're working on, we'll clean all this stuff up. All right, now let's get some storage. I think we're going to store equipment here in the center. That would be a good place to put our equipment. All right, life support is up here. So we're going to go ahead and put in storage for oxygen. I'll go right there. Water. Water will go there. We'll make all of our food supply up here. So just stick that in the corner. Here we need to store fuel. Put fuel there. And there. All right, we are going to need a fuel loader. Do we have one? Did they give us one? They did. All right, let's go ahead and just put that there. Yeah, we'll put one there, and I'm going to go ahead and get another one. Put that one there. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this thing built. All right, there's all of our fuel set up. And then for cabling, I think we'll run our cabling on the inside. So we'll go here, here. Alright, that gives us an internal infrastructure. We'll run across there. We might run it on the outside as well. You know what? Let's do it. So this will give us basically the ability to tap into power wherever we need to. Okay. Maybe we run it in the center, maybe we don't. I don't know yet. All right. We need fuel. Do we have any fuel? Since we have 3,000 fuel, they just haven't put in our fuel loader yet. All right, let's go back here. Equipment. Buy anything that's available. 1 tank and 1 fuel loader. Let's go ahead and start wiring up our items now. That needs power. That needs power. That needs power. Zalog, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. That needs power. That needs power. Alright, this oxygen. So we have our oxygen loader into our oxygen tanks. Our air reprocessor. We'll hook up our CO2, and that's good to go. Our water system. We've got water, water, water. We've got wastewater here. We've got sewage here. Now let's check our habitation level. I think we could put our pipe right there on the window. Our pipe could go anywhere here. All right. Let's go ahead and dismantle that. Okay, how are people doing on jobs? Look at all the stuff they still have to do. Alright, I'm thinking this front room here, we might turn into a smelting room. So let's go ahead and start setting up some of our ore storage. So let's see. Scrap metal. Metal. Copper. Tillium. And precious for right now. CO2 warning is getting fatal. Okay, we have power. We have fuel and power. That should take care of everything. Okay. Whew. There's a lot of building. Low fuel. Alright, so we now have an atmosphere growing. Or starting. Let's see, I'm just going to buy fuel right now. Yeah, it hasn't built back up since Victus won it, has it? Alright, let me get some losing bets in there. Okay. We have fuel loading. We do need to get some more tanks and such, but How do we have low oxygen? Oh, we're just running out of oxygen, I think. Let's go ahead and buy... Pressurize this system. Dark Crystal's pretty good show. We need to tidy up the mess, but nothing needs to be wasted. We can recycle all the raw materials found on the station. There's an industrial smelter along the boxed equipment. Install it and power it up, then set it to recycling all the scrap metal. This will give us an early supply of metal ingots, a critical resource in manufacturing anything. Install smelter, set smelter to scrap metal, dismantle ruined equipment. Efficiency is going to be the key to the facility turning a profit. Set up a storage zone for scrap metal near your smelter and another for the metal ingots that come out. Our crew will waste a lot less time carrying goods long distances. Alright, I'm going to try to see if I can change that a little bit. We're going to go ahead and put our metal ingots... metal ingots over here. And then we'll do... Hey, 84, good to see you. How you doing? Put copper there. Yeah, fourth was great. Fourth was great for me. Okay. Let's see how our people are doing. They still have a lot of work to do, but that's okay. We have low oxygen, but we do have atmosphere. Why is the CO2 scrubber... Okay, hold on. Is it not working? 29 CO2. Maybe it's because they're still in their spacesuits because we don't have enough atmosphere. What are we at? 78%. The Dark Crystal? Yeah, I watched Dark Crystal decades ago. It's a great show. Okay, come on, people. We need to move. Gotta clear this zone. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We just need to get this stuff offloaded here. So any cargo, I just want to move it right now. And then, because this is mostly fuel, we'll go ahead and clean out some of this. There we go. There. This way they'll hopefully start moving all the cargo here and they won't walk as far. At least until we can get the atmosphere taken care of, because the fuel right now is blocking off our air, our oxygen that we need to bring in. All right, people, let's move. All right, I see oxygen, I think, in there. Oh, that's still fuel. Ooh, I'm not liking this CO2 issue we're having here. Also not liking why they are moving all of the scrap metal first. Alright, for right now, we're just going to have to continue this any cargo strategy. We'll get this cleaned up, and then we will organize. Once we have our life support taken care of, then we can worry about organization. I think I bought too much fuel. Alright, let's see how you guys do. Fuel, fuel, fuel. See, now they're putting the fuel over here. It's a much shorter trip. There we go. There's oxygen. Finally made it in. Alright. So that'll load up oxygen now. And then once we can get the oxygen loaded in, then they should take off their spacesuits. And I think... Oh, that's Short Hopper. Hold on. That's the wrong ship. What's going on over here? Oh, I was looking at the wrong ship. Okay. We need to fix this right now. So what do we have? Let's go ahead and just buy... Ooh, I'm glad I looked again. CO2 scrubber. And then tank-wise, I think we can do this with a couple of small tanks. Okay, so we have spacesuits, oxygen. We've got our air duct there. Hyperspace sensors, fuel. What do we have here? Gas collectors. Chem labs. This is designed to make its own fuel. Okay, I think we'll put... Alright, let's change some storage here. FTL, FTL, FTL. Put those there. And there. Can clean that out. Okay. Well, we have a CO2 scrubber. It was just never installed, I guess. Okay, CO2 scrubber's in place. A couple of tanks are in place. There we go. Now, we actually are going to need an air reprocessor for this ship. Okay, now our warning is dropping. Well, let's see, let's put it on this side. There we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, back to the foundry. How's the foundry doing? They're still loading stuff. They did take their spacesuits off. We have got oxygen. CO2 is fine. Alright, we need to get our sewage pipe in here. Hook that up. Alright, we need two more medium tanks. 2 more reactors. 4 more large tanks. So let's see what we can just buy. 3 mediums are available and 1 reactor. All right. Bye bye. Huge tanks we'll get eventually. We don't need them right now, but eventually. Okay. This is somewhat now done. So now that we have recovered and got the station basically working, now we'll go ahead and set ourselves up here with a fuel depot. We'll go ahead and put fuel there. So they'll start moving that up there once they're good to go. Let's see. So we've got metal processing here. So I think this is where we probably need to go ahead and put the smelter. So let's take this out. All right, so let's get our first smelter up and running. That's going. Okay. I'm going to do an experiment here. Let's try, see, short hoppers up and running. Can we do an interstellar logistics on this guy? Short hopper. We want you to go and buy. Okay, we'll start at the top. A huge tank. Quantity. All. Here we go. All right, order type. Buy. So we'll go to 8. We'll go to 1. One down to 9. Nine over to 12. Over to 3. And then 3 back to here. We'll call this one a cell. Here. Huge tank. All. Okay. Question is, can you copy and paste into this? Awesome. Okay. Huge tank. Huge tank. Huge tank. We're doing this more of an experiment to see if this will actually work. Huge tank. All. Okay. So theoretically, what they're going to do is they're going to jump around. They're going to buy all the tanks, and then when they get back to the home system here, they will sell it. Ooh, our fuel depot is full, I think. Oh, we have no storage here. All right, so we just need to dismantle equipment, removes it. Okay, hold on. We need to sell fuel here. There we go. Okay, back to the foundry. Dismantle equipment, removes it from your ship and places in the box. Equipment is ruined, you'll receive scrap metal. Any equipment can be dismantled by left-clicking it. We have to stop dismantling by clicking on the dismantle button again, or by closing the construction menu. Close the menu by clicking on the construction button and pressing escape. Use the scrap metal to produce metal ingots in the smelter. Right-click on the smelter. Got it. Right-click, you set the recipe, set smelter type to scrap metal. Done. And I'll start producing metal ingots after it is done heating up. Okay. Now, to meet their requirements here, let's do this. We're going to go ahead and create storage for scrap metal. 2, 3, 4, 5. And for metal ingots, that should satisfy the requirements. That's not how we'll eventually do it, but okay. If I could draw your attention to this schematic issued by the Andromeda Project, you can see it's actually quite a simple part. This is just a structural framework onto which they'll build everything else. Alright, scrap in the smelter to ingots, ingots to the fabricator for frames, frames in the assembly and packaging to package Stargate frames. Okay. We can manufacture these parts in just 2 stages out of metal ingots. I've left a box fabricator and assembly table on the station. Set them up next to each other, ideally near to the metal ingots. Once they're installed, set the fabricator to manufacture frames, set the assembly table to specialize them into finished Stargate frames. It's simple stuff, but eventually we'll need a huge throughput. Install, set. They want us to provide the initial batch of 10 Stargate frames for certification. They'll inspect our work and will be approved as official partners in the Andromeda Project. It shouldn't take too long. If you run out of metal, remember you can recycle more of your ruined equipment around the facility. Alright. That's ready to go. So back to Short Hopper. So Short Hopper, we now have a set of interstellar logistics. And we're going to send this thing out. And let's see if it actually does this. So how do we execute our order? Loop execution is off. All right. Now this should be automated, so we should be able to just leave this alone now. It's going to make a jump. Yeah, we have 11. Okay. Let's just let it go. So it's doing its thing. All right, that we're going to dismantle. So over here, we're going to start setting up our manufacturing processes. So we need to install an assembly table and a fabricator. All right, first things first, put the fabricator in. Now, eventually, we'll start to put track and automation in to do this. But for right now, we'll just do a simple little base setup here to meet the requirements of the mission, and we'll see where that takes us. All right, research. Stargate Frame Blueprint, Andromeda Project Phases 1 and 2. Okay, I'm going to hold off on that because I don't know that we need it yet. We might have to go mining though, so let's go ahead and get our research going there. Okay, so fabricator, we want to set this to frames, and this we want to set to Stargate frames. Ooh, Short Hopper's almost out of fuel. All right, where's it at? It's already there. It should be able to make that cycle, and then we'll go fill it up at our shipyard here. How's it doing? Huge tank, huge tank, huge tank. Nice. Okay, it's doing its job. All right, what's the foundry here? So what do we need for the foundry? We just need the huge tanks and a reactor. We can buy one of each. They'll get those installed. Okay. Now this isn't the most effective, but eventually, like I said, we would probably set this up with track and things along those lines. So now what we need to do is put up some storage here. If we have any extra frames, we just want to store them here. And then Stargate frames, we'll store those there. All right, let's go ahead and continue to clean up our storage here a little bit. We'll put spacesuits there and there. All right, the rest of that's just scrap metal. All right, I think we're gonna have to build a mining ship next. It's probably gonna be our next purchase, but we'll see. There we go. All right. That's all up and running. So our base stuff is working. Now we just have to work on that. Sector map. Eventually we're going to get I think a Stargate map, something here. But I don't think we've officially started the project yet. All right, where's Short Hopper at? Did it make it back? Yep, I think Short Hopper's back. It is. And right now it's selling all of its tanks. Which does mean, because we sold these tanks, now we can go over to the foundry. And we need 3 more fuel tanks. So we basically, we sent the ship out, bought a thing, consolidated it into the inventory here. And now I can just purchase them back and put them on the ship without ever having to transfer them. Okay, one Short Hopper. Whoa, where's it going? Oh, it's doing another round. We don't want that. Interstellar logistics. Don't loop. Okay, let's turn this off. We are going to have to buy some FTLs. It's already blue, so nothing's going to change on that front. Okay, where is our fuel ship? There it is. It is already blue. That's, I don't know what you're seeing, but the cam color is blue right now. Okay. Now to make this work, we are going to have to do some plumbing here. Let's see. Gas collectors. Oh, this ship can actually make fuel. I forgot about that. We just let it sit over here. Let's see. How do I want to run this? Let's undock. kind of want a second. Oh, let's pause here. We need to buy some FTL charges. There we go. And is there... Actually, you know what? I might do it this way. We still have scientists on this ship. We need to just sell them. Now it's weird to say that. It's not, it's sacking, you're not selling them, but these are the ones that we rescued off of the... We don't get anything for them, I don't think. But we do get them off our ship so they're not using oxygen, so we'll get rid of them. Okay, so let's make another little change here. Cargo will go there. And then I don't think we'll have a lot of extra fuel canisters in this ship, but we'll go ahead and put them there just in case we get them. All right. Now we do need to run a fuel pipe to our docking port. There we go. All right, now what we can do now we can do logistics here. And we can say from the fuel depot, we want to transfer the question is it going to do the canisters? I don't think so. Hopefully it'll just... Yeah, because we got the pipe hookup between the two ships here. So the fuel depot is pumping fuel out. So you can see our tank storage is dropping. And then in our short hopper ship, our tanks are filling up. Cool, cool, cool. We have a gas station. All right, well, that's doing its job. Let's go ahead and deliver our 10 Stargate frames here. And let's check. We have 50,000 oxygen, 20,000 water, 2,000 food, 50,000 fuel. We have to jump the fuel ship over here to refuel this station. We can, and we might. These will all hold 22, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Yeah, this thing will hold a lot of fuel. Okay, let's go ahead. I think we're at the next stage of the Stargate. So once this completes, So we had to deliver 10. I know we're going to have to make more of these frames, so I'm just going to... Okay, Stargate window unlocked. There it is. So there's our Stargate project. So, phase 1, I think... Are we done with phase 1? I don't know yet. Wait and see if we get a conversation. There we go, that's what we're looking for. This is a message for AGE Foundry. We received your samples and can report they have passed comfortably within our engineering tolerances. You are formally approved as licensed industry partners, and we now manufacture all items in our design manifest. Batches of completed parts will now be submitted to the Andromeda project through the open marketplace. You will find our buyers ready to release funds for any parts manufactured to specification. Thank you for your endeavors and good luck. Excellent. Let's have a look at the manifest that he mentioned and see what's required next. Select your Stargate button in your toolbar to open the Stargate screen. You know what? We will do that as soon as we get back. Let's take a short break and I'll see you guys on the other side. Okay, let's get this Stargate project continued here. Our research is almost done too. Select the Stargate button in your toolbar and open the Stargate screen. Stargate screen displays everything you need to manufacture to complete the current phase. Each component you need to manufacture is on the right. Placing your mouse over a component's icon shows how to produce it. Oh, there we go. One Stargate frame created assembly table requires resources 2 times frame, duration 20 seconds. All right. The Stargate's construction is split into phases, with each phase requiring more and more resources. You have just completed phase 1. To complete phase 2, we need to continue manufacturing Stargate frames. Instead of 10, we need 200. The button underneath each component can be clicked to quickly sell all your stock and submit it to the Andromeda project. They can also be sold from the trade screen. You can now close the Stargate screen. Research complete. Mining laser. Okay. Oh, so it automatically completed that for us. We may have to do that one down the road, but right now we're not going to worry about it. But I do think we want to start getting this automation stuff so that we can do this. Now we could research it, or I think you can buy these. So let's see if we go into our blueprints here. Yeah, for 150 we can buy the track blueprint. So let's do this as an experiment. So we have our research. The 2 things in this one are robot arm and track. If we buy both of those, do we still have to research to get to this other stuff? So that's the experiment we'll do here. So we have track. Nope. I mean, we could buy track. Let's see, blueprints. Track. And the robot arm. That's 10,000. That's a little bit more expensive, but all right. Blueprint unlocked, blueprint unlocked. Now let's look at the research. So it did give it to us. Oh, it's already unlocked, but we still have to research it to get to the other stuff. Okay. That answered that question. What do we have here? Drone assembly, I'm not going to worry too much about that. I'm wondering what this hyperspace sector or this sector surveying is. I'm interested in that. All right, mining laser precision 2. That's 4. That's 3. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. Okay, so to get this working, we need to now set up... Oh, let's see what Alexander has to say here. It looks like it's just a bulk order of the part we already provided. We need to make 200 more Stargate frames. We've already manufactured them, but we need to scale up production or else this will take forever. I agree. He gave us 600 grand. I'm releasing some of the seed money to you. 600,000 should be enough for you to buy all the equipment we need to scale up. Remember, this isn't a gift. I still own this station and all the equipment on board. I suggest you buy more smelters, more fabricators, and more assembly tables. A couple of each at least. All the equipment will draw more juice, so you'll need to expand your power network with more reactors and batteries to cope. And you'll need more crew to do the work. If you run out of metal ingots, you should be able to buy raw materials from the open marketplace. You can usually buy more scrap metal, but you'll also find metallic minerals for sale, which can also be smelted into metal ingots. Scale up production, start smelting metal minerals, produce 200 Stargate frames, sell Stargate frames. Okay. So a couple of things we want to do here. First things first, do we have storage crates? Yes, yes, yes. These things are great. I'm gonna go ahead and buy all those. Okay, let's get Short Hopper working here. It should be full of fuel by now. Let's see, 3,000. Yeah, these hold 9,000. All right, let's do a fleet logistics check here. Fuel, fuel, fuel. Oh, is the fuel depot out of fuel? No, it's got plenty of fuel. All right, back to logistics. Let's see. Oh, these aren't connected. Okay. We need to cross-link our tanks here. They were independent systems. That'll get the fuel flowing again. Honestly, I think I'm going to shut down this setup here. Actually, now we'll leave it. Let's see what it's doing to our power grid. Yeah, we're all right. We probably could stand to put some batteries on this ship, though. Let's do that as soon as we get our fuel transfer done. All right, logistics, logistics. All right, we'll let that fuel flow. So as soon as these tanks hit 9,000, this ship will be full. Ah, have fun in Animal Crossing. Hey, I won 13,000. That's the first mega jackpot I've hit. Woohoo! Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of I'm the house and I can do whatever I want type of stuff. Let's see, mega jackpot. Since I just won it for 13,000, I'm going to seed it. There we go. All right. There we go. The mega jackpot is now set to 15,000. Okay, we are full. Now what happens if we disconnect here? What happens to our logistics? Okay, let's check our logistics now. Okay, that's even now. We're good. Okay. The house can do what the house wants, right? Okay, this time let's see if we can buy metallic minerals. All right, let's send this little beast on a trip to buy metallic minerals. All right, so back to the foundry. Now let's go ahead and trade here. We'll buy all the scrap metal, metal ingots, and metallic ingots that we can. Then we need to buy some more smelters. We'll get those. And tracks and robotic arms. We'll buy those. And then we need fabricators. We'll buy all of those. And we need assembly tables. 386,000. All right, bring that stuff to us. Now what we're going to do is we're going to dismantle both of these. And we're going to try to rebuild our setup here a little bit. Okay. So storage-wise, let's go ahead and... I think we'll set this section over here. This will be our Stargate frames. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. All right, that's 100 Stargate frames. So we can start stacking those there. We'll clean that out. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to install a fabricator, a robot arm, actually the storage crate. Let's put that in right here. There we go. And we'll put in a second and a third fabricator. And then we'll put our robot arm in place here. And then what we should be able to do now is put in a assembly table, an assembly table, and an assembly table. And then we can robot arm. We're out of robot arms. All right. Let's power those up. Power those up. Power those up. And power those up. Okay, so right now how this should work is it should make the frames, put them in the storage crate. The storage crate will hold that'll hold frames. And it can hold 70 frames. And then the frames will get pulled out of here and put into here to be assembled. Okay. We don't need any track. We do need another robot arm. Let's see if any more have... Yep, we can get one more. Perfect. So... let's go ahead and... yeah, US got knocked out today. Spain's going to be hard to beat. They're pretty strong. Robot arm. There we go. Okay, let's get this set up. Ooh, you know what? Crap. Alright, I'm gonna redo this. I want to change something. I'm gonna tear this whole thing back down. I wouldn't call it rigged, but... Alright, let's move this out of the way. Okay, let's try this again. We install a storage crate. Right up here at the top. We're gonna go vertical this time, I think. And then we need... Yeah, I'm not a huge soccer person. Fabricator, fabricator, fabricator. All right. And then we want to put in robot arm, run more arm. Yeah, I watch basketball quite a bit. That's probably my sport of choice. Basketball and football. All right. And now we're going to put in another storage crate here. And then we need our assembly tables, which we can put in here, here, and here. We're gonna need some more robot arms. Let's see, where's Short Hopper? Short Hopper has returned, so let's send it out on another interstellar logistics run. This time we'll send it out for robot arms. All right, there we go. Okay, let's turn that off. No orders currently sold. Metallic minerals, oh, look at that. That's beautiful. All right, that one's going to make its jump. Now, if we go to the foundry, we should be able to purchase all those metallic minerals that we just went and gathered. There we go. Okay. Now, next thing we need to do here. Yeah, everybody has their own standards and ideas. So, we need to install our smelters here. No, I don't follow, like I said, I don't follow football, soccer, international soccer that much. All right, let's cable this up. Oh, yeah, I don't follow cricket at all. That's not even in my wheelhouse at all there. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to set this storage crate to be metal ingots. And then this one will set to frames. There we go. All right, let's wire this beast up. So we need power, 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 power. All right, now we're just kind of waiting for our three more robot arms. Oh, we can get the short ones. Let's get the short ones. Those will work for right now. We don't need long ones right now. Okay. This should basically be up and running once we get power and robot arms installed. And so what we've done is we've taken the crew. They don't have as much to do here. So our metal ingots should start to get put into this storage crate. They'll get pulled down into the fabricators. The fabricators will make our frames from those metal ingots. So frame, frame, frame. Right, then the robot arms will take and put the frames into this storage crate. So this storage crate will hold frames, and then this will create Stargate frames from those frames that are in there. Yeah, Factorio is really cool. That's a fun game. Good recommendation. All right. Now we're delivering that. Short hopper is back. And we have more robot arms and we know what to do with. Okay. What should we get next in our interstellar logistics here? How about scrap metal? Let's do a scrap metal run. All right, they have 14 FTL charges. So let's go ahead and buy those. All right, let's go ahead. Yeah, I mean, games like that in general encourage systematic thinking. How do we have 178 fuel in here? Doesn't make any sense. All right, we need to store more fuel though, I think. Let's see. But yeah, they are very algorithmically driven. The general thinking that you would do in a game like that. Oh no, I bought fuel. That's bad. Sell fuel. Alright, well that's going to be an issue. I don't think I can cancel it. Let's see. Energy. Fuel. Nope. Alright. We'll just keep selling it off. This guy's going to be busy moving all these crates. Okay, we're going to have to make room for all this, I think. So let's go ahead and just add fuel storage to essentially this entire ship. There you go. Fuel storage everywhere. So that's my mistake. It's not a huge deal. It's just going to take him a while to unload 170 crates of fuel and then resell them all. I'll still be at work, but I'll see if I can pop in, hopefully. Alright, we'll just let him do his thing. Is Short Hopper back? Or did we not send? I don't think we sent Short Hopper out. No, I don't think we ever sent Short Hopper out. Okay, let's do a quick check to see what we have on board here. Oh, we need to install our batteries. Let's do that. That's cool. Okay, let's see what we can sell off this ship. Huge tank. We'll keep our fuel, keep our FTL charges. Sell those. Where are we at? Ooh, we're almost out of food. We need to buy food. Oxygen. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Water. $15. It's got plenty of fuel. All right. Get these guys working. All right, let's go check on the factory. Is the factory doing what it's supposed to be doing? Okay, the metal ingots aren't getting stored in here. Prioritize crate. There we go. Bring the metal ingots to the crate. Do we have metal ingots? Let's see. We got a few, but we need to get some of these cranking. All right, that's doing scrap metal. Let's turn this one loose on metallic minerals. The mode we're playing is we're trying to manufacture a Stargate to jump to a different galaxy. That's what we're trying to do. And we just started that project. So the Stargate project is here. We're on phase 2. So right now we're trying to produce 200 Stardate frames. We have created 69 so far. So we're scaling up our production, if you will. And we've got to get some metal ingots going here. So let's go ahead and check in. Scrap metal, metal ingots. All right, we'll buy all that. Now we need to get our interstellar short hopper here. All right, we're gonna send it on a scrap metal run here. Assuming it, oh, it's not done unloading. It's food and stuff, so. Oh crap, we're running out of storage space. Let's go ahead and let's see. Oxygen we'll put down here. That makes sense. Water we'll put here. Food we'll put here. There we go. FTL charges, we got fuel. Alright, that should clear out most of that. So let's go back to... We'll get this one on a scrap metal run. And I think we'll just create a general... Any cargo can be stored there. Okay, let's check in on the fuel ship. Okay, it looks like he got done with most of my mistake. So let's go ahead and now sell off the rest of the fuel that we have there. And get everything up and running there. Alright, back to the foundry. Foundry now has metal ingots being stored, frames being built. Our storage crate of frames is absolutely full. We have pushing. We got 83 frames built out of the 200 that we need to build. All of our smelters are smelting. We haven't had to build a mining ship yet, which we may have to do at some point here. Alright, what do we have in here? It's extra. Oh, can we buy a bunch of robot arms now? Yeah, look at that, 32 robot arms. That should get us all the robot arms that we need. Okay. We're up and running. Now, I think we can make this a little cleaner with some track. So we might do a track run once the short hopper gets back here. We're going to have to find another place just to store equipment here. Storage, any equipment. We'll just put up there. All right, power grid wise, we are fine. That's good. All right, short hopper. What's going on with short hopper here? Did we ever buy batteries? We did. Let's put them. Holy cow, we're running out of places to put stuff in this little ship. I really think we need to clean these out. That's what we're going to do. We have a far more sophisticated... So this thing can make its own fuel, which is pretty cool. So it's got gas collectors, refineries, and chem labs. So it can build its entire its own set of... Or it can build its own fuel. We have a fuel station. So we're not going to worry too much about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our batteries up here. There we go. Now I think we'll go ahead and run down the outside there, across the front and back to the thruster. There we go. Same thing here. Down the side, across the back into the thruster. And we'll clean out this center section here. Alright, now we'll let Starhopper finish his run, and then we'll sell off that extra stuff when it gets back, or Short Hopper. Alright, fuel depot. We are maxed out on fuel, so I think... Let's get a second crew. No, I've never heard of that game. And then the fuel loader. Alright, I think we're going to kill this medium tank here. So, what we're going to do, just so we can... I just don't care. We're going to go ahead and dismantle that. Hey, Granny Gamer, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody throw star drops in the chat for Granny Gamer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What were you playing tonight? Here come the star drops. How about we do... I say we do a mini Granny Gamer raid rave. How does that sound? Let's get the star drops going for Granny Gamer. Thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate it. Teresa pops in, becomes the new chat boss. Awesome, awesome. Thanks so much for the raid. We do appreciate that. Let's see, did I miss it? What were you playing tonight? I might have missed it. All right, we need to install another fuel loader here. And then we need to plumb this beast up. All right, now we want to set all these to unload. 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 Oh, very cool, very cool. That sounds fun. All right, we are now losing fuel. All right, we'll have to keep an eye on this to make sure that we don't run this thing out of fuel, but... Okay, let's see how we're doing. We have 100 Stargate frames, so let's go ahead and go back to the factory. And let's see, let's go ahead and sell... Can I specify how many I want to sell? Doesn't look like it. All right, let's just sell 100. All right, that's our first half delivery. 250,000. Incoming hail. I knew this would be a very profitable endeavor for us. The Andromeda projects are so desperately in need of reliable manufacturing facilities that they're paying a fortune. Now, the sales revenue is going to flow through you. But remember our agreement, 50-50. I'll put a lot of capital to get us up to this point, and I need to start seeing a return. Every time you sell a batch of parts to the Andromeda project, you owe me half the revenue. I'd appreciate it if you'd pay promptly. Pay 125,000. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate the prompt payment. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, we did hit 10 likes. Thank you guys so much for that as well. So we did the mini Granny raid rave. That's a lot of words. But we haven't done our full-on chicken rave yet, so let's get that fired up. You guys know what to do. Spam him if you got him, my friends. Here we go. Thank you so much for the 10 likes. We do appreciate it. Oh, no worries, Granny Gamer. Have a wonderful night. Thank you again so much for the raid. Raiding and running is purely acceptable. After you just got done streaming, a nice break is worth it. Ye pirates, yo ho, yo ho. It's a pirate's life for me. Congrats, Nancy. Here comes the Prairie King. Did I see over 200K there? Here we go, Sam. Bring us home, my friend. Hey, Dread. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Rock and roll. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you guys so much for the likes. I do appreciate it. Makes a huge difference to the channel. All right. 24,000 we're up to for the mega jackpot. Okay, so they should start selling off all those Stargate frames. We got a good supply of metal now. What are we up to? Oh, sector surveying. We are going to learn how to survey the area around your ship. The first step is to scan the local area of the sector surrounding your ship using a sector scan. In Boldly Go, only the new sector can be surveyed. Hyperspace sensors are required to do this. Install hyperspace sensors or hyperspace sensors left-right onto one of your ships. The tutorial will resume afterwards. If you are playing the Boldly Go game mode, your ship must also be in the new sector. What's the new sector? I don't see anything called new sector. Okay. Hey, Victus, take care, my friend. Have a good one. I'll try to jump in tomorrow. It'll matter. It depends on my work schedule, but... Alright, we'll wait for Short Hopper because I think Short Hopper has... Yeah, it's got hyperspace sensors on it. So we'll wait for it to get home here. Hey, Nancy! Okay, let's see what's going on here. They're still selling. We're fine there. How's our fuel supply? Yeah, we could probably use some more fuel. There we go. All right, where's Short Hopper? All right, Short Hopper's one jump away, and they'll be back. Hey, Electric, welcome, welcome, welcome. So how is little Dune doing? You miss him not being mobile? Hey, look at that. We've got progress on our Stargate. Oh, it seems to fill in as we get more. Okay, I just check that out. It's actually dynamically updating based on how many Stargate frames that we've sent in. So every time we give it a Stargate frame, we're up to 91. It's actually dynamically changing the graphic. That's kind of cool. $95, $96, $97. Okay, while we're waiting on that, we need to check our research here. Let's go ahead and get the... No, I don't care about the blueprint. Fighters, maybe? Automation, maybe? Is any of this... Oh, track speed. Oh, okay, I like that. Splitter tracks. Short robot arm. That's just blueprints. Robot arm speed. Okay. Let's go ahead and start knocking out some of this automation here. We're going to need some of that. Okay, we're up to 98. We sold 100. They might be a little busy in that we now have them unloading a bunch of fuel. That's understandable. If any of us were passing teeth through, we'd be grumpy as well. 25,000. All right, let's get these converted over to, that is metallic minerals. What's this one doing? Scrap metal. We get that one on metallic minerals as well. There, Jamie hits the mega jackpot. 25,000 star drops. Congratulations. Okay. Everything is running here. I think mostly we just have to unload that fuel. All right, short hopper is back. So is it... Okay, they're offloading all this scrap metal now. Let's see, let's clean up this ship a little bit. Just type in, if you just type in star drops, yep, star drops will do it. Game stats will do it as well. And star drop will actually do it. There's 3 ways to get it. Oh, we've got to get... There we go. We'll give Dune some star drops to play with. Okay, what did we just get? Hey, mother of a teething kid deserves star drops. That's what I think. Okay, so they're offloading that. How's our fuel ship doing? Yeah, that's doing pretty well. I think we'll go ahead and sell off whatever fuel we have in here. There we go. That's doing its job. This ship's just been idle. It's just sitting here doing nothing. Actually, we need to buy some food, I think. Let's see, food. Can only do 1,000 though. That's our limit. We have small stakes. We might change that down the road. We'll see. Okay, 11K, 14K. That's all good. What's Short Hopper doing here? They're still offloading tons and tons of scrap metal. 15K, 15K, 3K. That all looks good. Okay. Let's go ahead and slip out. This is a good place to take a break. I'm just gonna let these guys unload while we're on broke. Yeah, there's a 30-second cooldown on the gambling. I can cheat. Like, I could do this if I wanted to. This would be completely cheating. Because no one would ever want to do that. Did I win anything? Let's see. I did win. Broke even, lost, broke even, and lost. So I think I overall lost on that. That's all right. What is the current mega jackpot at? It's up to 3,000 star drops already. So basically the way the mega jackpot works is anytime anybody gets a loss condition, it takes that total and adds it to the mega jackpot. So if you do a gamble, like hopefully I can lose here. Nope, I broke even. Come on, give me a loss. Give me a loss. There we go. So there I lost 1,000 scar drops, right? So now the mega jackpot is worth 4,000 instead of 3,000 because I lost some. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and slip out, take a quick break, and I'll be right back. A lot of blockage here. So I think what we're going to do here, let's install a robot arm here. There and there. And there. And for right now, yeah, heist is some work. I've got to figure out how to write it. That's one of those that there's a lot of variable back-end stuff that I'm going to have to figure out in order to get that one to work. It's much more complicated on the programming side. But that's on our list for hopefully one of the next couple of weeks here. We rebuilt the gamble command this last week. Okay, so now these arms will remove these so they don't get blockages going. We might need to up our people working here. We'll see. There we go. That is all going there. Yep, that's all good. That's all good. Okay, let's see. Short hopper. Short hopper has batteries. It looks like it's done, so we need to send... We need to send it out. And what do we need to gather? I think maybe a food run here. Let's see how much food we can gather. There we go. Oh, they just sold all their food. What's going on? Is the mic sounding funny? Let me know if something's sounding funky. Everything should be okay on this side, but if something's weird, let me know. Okay, so this is a potential problem. So I think I'm going to take this one out of the list. And we're going to add by transfer to transfer from go and wait. So go and wait to here. Minutes. The wait doesn't really matter, I don't think, because it's the last order. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it fixed now? It could have just been, yeah, it could have just been something on the transcript, or the transcoding or whatever. The encoding. All right. So we figured out there's a thing here. If you already have something, when I turned this on, it actually fired off the selling of food. So we're going to change that a little bit here. Let's get these guys done with their jobs. All right. There we go. We'll launch that ship. Yeah, it might have been something on the YouTube side. Hard to say. Okay, scrap metal. Do we have a bunch? We do. Yeah, it might have just been network connectivity. That happens sometimes. Okay, I think we can shut down this process. So let's go ahead and turn these off. Because we have plenty of inventory here to make the rest of the crates that we're going to need, I do believe. Or the frames. We're at 178. So I think we're going to be good there. All right. We're unloading our scrap metal. Short Hopper's doing his thing. How's our fuel supplies? We're doing okay. It works on my screen. Maybe it just hasn't updated yet. Check to make sure you're not behind a little bit. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we want to sell fuel here. All right, so now we're kind of waiting for the foundry to do its job. Let's get our next track speed upgrade going. And then we need to figure out with Short Hopper after it does this food run here. Okay, we might need to add some more storage. Let's add any cargo up here. Any cargo down here. I don't know how much food we're going to buy here, but we'll see. Okay. Short Hopper's doing its job. Where are we at here? Hey, congrats on the 5,000. Okay, let's stop loading stuff into there. Hey, congrats on the chat boss. All right, we're gonna go ahead and speed up time here a little bit. Do-do-do-do. See how far you guys have gotten the mega jackpot up to. 8,000. I'm thinking our factory might need more crew. Let's go ahead and get some more crew. Everything's just going slow. Let's bring 10 guys on. There we go. We've got the money now. We're going to have to buy some food. All right. We are really close. Alright, we need more storage for metal ingots. Alright, let's go ahead and sell off another 100 Stargate frames. And we'll pay what we owe. Thank you, Captain. Okay, so as we start to unload those, let's check in on our fuel ship. We still have a ton of fuel on this ship. 144,000 fuel. How's our cruiser doing right now? Cruiser's just sitting here idle, doing research, I guess. Stargate frame. All right. Let's increase our food storage here. There we go. Okay, how many crew do we have on this ship? We have 15. How many spacesuits do we have? We have 15. Okay, we're good there. Let's see, spacesuits, spacesuits. Okay. I think we're going to have to shut this down here in a second. Let's see what our buddy has to say here. Fantastic work, Captain. I had high expectations, but the process was even more smooth than I hoped. We made ourselves known to the Andromeda Project now, but this is just the beginning. The latter phases of this project will no doubt be much more involved, but we are perfectly positioned to capitalize on this opportunity. There is a lot of opportunity to be had. There are individuals behind this mega project with wealth and resources far beyond my comprehension, but their ambitions far exceed the capabilities of other ships and people in this sector. They are going to need our help. We can take a short break and I'll give you a call when I'm ready to start work on the next phase of the Stargate project. You might want to stop some of your equipment in the meantime. We don't want to waste anything. Goodbye for now. Episode complete. Deep Space Industries. Okay, let's go ahead and shut down production here. Alright, our industry went way up. So, let's check on the Stargate project. Phase 2. Complete. So, Phase 3, we have not unlocked yet. Now, I'm wondering, do we have to unlock Phase 3 of the Andromeda project? So, we might have to do that research. So, when our next thing comes up, we'll do that. Alright, where's Short Hopper? They're in hyperspace. Alright, they're on their way home here. Now, Short Hopper should have just jumped in with a belly full of food. Look at that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and sell off this food. 200 food. And then we'll keep... keep 2,000 on the ship. Gold chickens! Okay, so now we did unlock a new thing, but I think we have to install a hyperspace sensor to make it work. So what we're going to do is we're just going to dismantle one of these and reinstall it. Captain, I think it's time we resumed work on the Stargate contract. I've had a look ahead and the next phase is a huge step up. Give me a call when you're ready to continue work. Welcome back, Captain. I've been taking a look at the schematics published by the Andromeda Project, and the next phase is going to need a huge upgrade to our facilities. However, nothing they're asking us to produce is impossible. I have a strong personal interest in seeing this project completed. The sooner the better. The Andromeda Project has released specifications for 3 different... Oh, our research got done. Hold on. We'll finish the conversation as soon as that gets done there. Different components. We need to manufacture large quantities of all 3 to complete this phase, and each will require a different industrial setup. Manufacture Stargate actuators. Manufacture Stargate resin. Manufacture stable isotopes. The first part of the Stargate actuator. There is something we can manufacture in our existing factory station. Although it is a more complex production chain, there won't be nearly enough resources available in the marketplace, so I'll have to mine the local belt for minerals. I propose we expand and upgrade the station into a mining facility. If we install engines and can move to a rich asteroid vein, then mining lasers and logistics drones will give us the capability to harvest the raw materials we need. Alright, we've got copper, smelt, copper ingots, metal ingots into a fabricator to make a motor. What's that? Package Stargate frames into assembly. Ooh, this is going to get more complex for sure. You'll need to mine metallic minerals and copper minerals, then melt those materials into ingots in an array of smelters. You can then fabricate the motors and frames and finally assemble them into Stargate actuators. I'll release some more of the seed capital to cover cost of upgrades, but you can take care of the details. Install engines, install mining lasers, install logistics drones, begin mining metallic minerals, begin mining copper minerals, begin smelting copper, begin fabricating motors. Second part is a chemical compound they call Stargate resin. Synthesized in the chemical lab, but we first need huge volumes of Metreon gas. It's found only in deep space nebulas. Hey, congrats on the chat, boss. My thinking is to buy a suitable fuselage from the shipyard and then convert it into a dedicated gas capture and refining facility. There's a good ship nearby. You can buy it on my behalf and then set it up and we'll drop it off in a rich gas cloud and leave it running. You have to buy the gas capture fuselage. Final requirement is a few barrels of stable isotopes. These are easy to capture during routine FTL travel. I think you can take care of this one yourself, but if necessary, I can talk you through it. One last thing, Captain. I'm sure you've noticed we aren't exactly surrounded by asteroids here. I suggest you pair the station up with one of your FTL capable vessels and jump them both to the suitable mining location. You can leave the station there to do its work. Time is now of essence, Captain. All 3 parts need to be produced, and I'm in more of a hurry than you may realize. Keep me informed. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. We need to produce 100 stable isotopes. This is a chemical compound we must synthesize and deliver in barrels to the Andromeda Project. It's not too complex. It starts with hyperspace scoop, or several, ideally, you can fit with your vessels. Every time you make an FTL jump, you'll collect more as you pass through hyperspace. You can then pipe those isotopes into a refinery and convert them into stable isotopes. The final stage is to install a loader or two and set them to unload. This will instruct your crew to barrel up the stable isotopes, store them in a storage hold so you can easily sell them on the marketplace. We need to produce 100 stable isotopes. This is a chemical compound we must synthesize and deliver in barrels. Oh. Yeah, we already got that. Okay. Let's see. What are we sitting on here? Let's load that up. We need to... Let's see, short hopper, I think. Yeah, short hopper's been scooping up this stuff. We've got isotopes here. So let's go ahead and install... First things first, let's install this thing. See if that triggers the whole sector scanning thing. And then we need to buy a refinery. And do we have a... Nope, we need to buy a couple of loaders as well. So let's do this. Let's install our refineries up here. And then our loaders there. Get those fired up. Alright, so we're going to set these to hyperspace isotopes. Alright, so we need hyperspace isotopes down this side, stable isotopes down this side. Oops. Let's try that again. Right? Good job on the legendary fish. Alright, those will go there. And then these will go here. And then we'll unload and unload. Is it just 100? We just need 100 stable isotopes? Well, we're just going to drain that tank. Okay, let's see. Stargate Project. What do we need? Stable isotopes. Oh, we need 100 barrels. Alright, that's going to take a while. Alright, have a good lurk. Okay. That's our first start there. Stargate resin. Okay, let's go ahead and put our stable isotope storage. Okay, that's converting stuff for us. We probably should have put a tank in here. Do we have a small tank? Got a medium tank. Let's just put it in here. There we go. Okay. While this thing is cooking up our stable isotopes, we're going to send it... We're going to send this thing on another run. So instead of food this time, we want... Let's get copper ingots in the first run. Let's see. Hey, congrats on your jackpots. All right. And the cruiser here, we're going to do the same thing with the cruiser here. Buy from there. Buy from there. Buy from... Buy the gas fuselage, okay. There. Buy from there. And then go and wait there. Alright, so this one we're going to buy copper minerals. Copper minerals. Alright, and then we'll just do all. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we're gonna send these two out on a run. Did that start it or no? Alright, let's go ahead and get this one going. They are both good to go. Okay, so both of those guys now are on a run. We need to... There goes one of them. There goes the other. Cool. So they're off doing their thing. When one of them gets to there, we'll see if we can buy that fuselage and do that part of it. Total sales revenue, sell your manufactured parts. What kind of mods do they have for Mass Effect? Again, mining copper. Yeah, we got our copper. So that's coming in. We got plenty of iron. Okay, let's look into resin. Recipes. Stargate resin is a chem lab. Refined Metreon to Stargate resin. Metreon gas. Okay, so we could convert our fuel ship into this. All right, let's go ahead and do a couple of things here. First things first, let's go ahead and shut this down. All right. So what we're going to need to do here is a couple of things. First thing I think we need to do is probably add some more tanks. We'll just buy whatever tanks are here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to convert this whole thing over into a, instead of making fuel, we're going to shut down our fuel production and we will create a resin production. So in here we should be able to make Stargate resin. Instead of fuel. Now we're gonna have to repipe this up here a little bit. Okay, so now they're not making fuel anymore. So what we're gonna do is temporarily here, we're going to basically undo our piping here. And now we're going to put in, oh, let's see. I think we'll put one down here. Let's use the small tanks first. Or the smaller tanks. All right, Dread, take care. Thanks for popping in. We always good to see you. Okay. So we're going to undo these pipes as well. Oh, that was bad. That's not what we wanted. All right, we're going to have to shut all these down. I accidentally crossed a pipe before I... Alright, let's try this again. Alright, we need to pipe it up to the resin first. Now we can cross over. Okay, we're making resin. Let's go ahead and dismantle our 4 loaders over here. Oh no, oh crap, we messed this up again. Alright, I'm just gonna kill that. It's alright. We wired it up to the wrong thing. So we wasted some Metreon, but we can make as much Metreon as we want. Alright, let's try this one more time. Medium tank. Nope. Don't install that yet. We need to clear... our pipes here. Okay. Let's see how we have this hooked up. That's the Metreon. That's the resin. Okay, so the resin needs to come out from there and there. And then can we, or does it have to be in, maybe we can't pipe it out of here. Let's try. This might be not something we can do. Let's see if this works. It does not. Okay, so this one works a little bit different. The resin doesn't come out. So we need to just create a resin storage. Yeah, each one's going to be a little different on their modding. All right, well, let's see if this will work. Okay. So we don't need tanks, we don't need loaders, there's all kinds of stuff that we don't need to do on this one. So let's put this back together. We break our oxygen, we did break our oxygen. I honestly don't think we need this one back here. This second air duct. Let's go ahead and dismantle that. And then we're going to take this oxygen pipe out. There we go. Okay. Now, what else did I mess up here? So this doesn't need to be here. That one does. And then that one does. Well, not necessarily. Alright, we'll plumb this back up to fuel when we're done. Let's see. Fuel. Alright, we're going to dump all that fuel off. And then as these chem labs now make resin out of all of our... Are these going up? Yeah, these are going up. We're fine. Okay, that's doing what it needs to do. Short hopper has returned. So let's check to see what it picked up for us. 100 stable isotopes. Sell those. Let's go ahead and shut down these. Shut those down for right now. And then, okay, so sell 100 stable isotopes. And we sent them out on a copper run here. What did they get? Copper ingots. They got 18 for us, so we'll sell that as well. There we go. Where's the cruiser at? Cruiser's definitely moving slower. Okay, it's jumping where we need to be here, though. That worked out. There's a ship for sale here that's perfect for our gas collection enterprise. Let's bury it and add it to the fleet. Oh, buy it. And add it to the fleet. All right. Gas collection is a slow process. Our aim should be to place this vessel within a dense Metreon nebula, slowly absorbing the gas and refining it over time. Once we're in the nebula, we won't be able to easily upgrade the ship, so we'll want to set it up as much as possible in advance. I'll send over some more seed money, and you can outfit the ship as you see best. We actually have this done already. Process of making Stargate resin starts with gas collector. Bring the Metreon gas. We will pipe that into the refinery to produce refined Metreon, then into a chemical lab where the Stargate resin can be synthesized. You'll need all that equipment to get started. I'd recommend collectors, refineries, and chemical labs for each at least. You'll also want storage tanks to buffer the intermediate products and an upgrade to the power grid. You may need to shop around a bit if the local trade doesn't have everything you need. Once the ship's ready to pair it up with one of your FTL-capable vessels and jump it to a nearby nebula to produce the process of gas collection. Alright, so we just knocked about that stuff out because we've already got this up and running. Okay, so this thing has batteries, it's got some fuel, it's got oxygen. I don't see a CO2 scrubber on this one. That might become an issue at some point. I'm thinking that we just buy an FTL drive and a CO2 scrubber and an air processor and some tanks. Okay, let's go ahead and build this thing out here. So we got fuel on one side, we've got oxygen on the other. We do have a tank of oxygen. Okay, let's see if we can cram all this stuff back in here. Air reprocessor with oxygen we'll put there. Our CO2 scrubber we can put there. And then I think we can if we dismantle our air duct, which is not something you would want to do on a ship, but can I reinstall it here? Alright, let's get some power to you, power to you, power to you. And now I'm going to try to stick a little small tank right back in here. Here we go. And out comes the CO2. That's a pretty efficient little thing, honestly. Now our oxygen is full, so we're... Uh-oh, our cruiser ran out of FTL charges. What the heck? Interstellar logistic order stuck. That's kind of cool, though. I'm glad that happened. It's cool to see how they handle things like that, where we ran out of FTL charges, so it can't do its job anymore. So it's just giving us a like, hey, your logistics isn't working. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. Can we pause? Shut that down. I don't want it to jump. Actually, you know what? We should just see what happens. Oh, never mind. It got done. I wonder if it would jump. Oh, it jumped anyway. I wonder if it would jump before the transfer was done or not. Not sure. Okay, let's see. We've got the fuel depot, the gas collector. We need to also install an FTL drive in this machine, this beast. Put that up here. And we're just going to run power right up the center of the ship here. That's fine. And we need to drop our FTL charges. That's good enough. Excellent work, Captain. On time and to specification as usual. The general projects have enough of that item now, so you may as well stop production and save the energy and materials. There's a situation brewing in our factory at the asteroid belt. You better take a look. Okay. Transport the gas collector to the nebula. We'll knock that off. We'll just put it over there. Now, we didn't set this up as a gas collector because we already had one. So what we're going to do is just, for right now, we're just going to park it over by this one and just leave it here for now. Okay, this production line we can shut down though, I think. Let's see. Let's pause. Oh, stable isotopes were done. Stargate resin, we still need 250. Alright. What do we have going on here right now? Oh, they're still selling fuel. Alright, well, we'll sell some Stargate resin as well. Let's see how our resin is going. Our Metreon's capped back off. I think we might be getting stuck here. That's full, that's full. Yeah, these are blocked. I did miss one of these up. Let's fix that. Oh, these do need to be connected. There we go. And those are all connected. Alright, so I think to stop these from getting blocked, we're just going to grab robot arms. And what this will do is it will move the it'll move the resin out of the chemical lab so it can keep producing, and then our people will eventually move it. Now the robot arm will get blocked as well if we don't use track, but we're not going to worry too much about that yet. Okay, what else do we have here? Install engines. Alright, so they said there was some issue with our foundry here. Raymond Darnell. Is he there? Alexander? Where is he? I'm not going to ask again. I demand to speak to Alexander Ellistar. Immediately. I am armed. I'll talk to him. Raymond, it's been quite a while. How have you been? How have I been? You know exactly how I've been. I'm here to collect my share. Captain, I'll take care of this. My private security are on their way. I'll keep him talking, but there's no need for bloodshed. The designs were mine. The patents were mine. All of this is all built on my work. You were compensated for your work, Raymond. You signed the contract. For pennies, you screwed me, and now it's worth millions. I want my share. Deal me in 10% ownership of this new venture of yours. I'm being reasonable, but the law is on my side. Don't make me shut you down, Alexander. This is private security vessel Dogma under exclusive contract to AGE Industries. You are operating in the dangerous and threatening manner in the vicinity of an AGE corporate facility. You are ordered to stand down and withdraw immediately. We are authorized by Deep Space Convention to use of deadly force in defense of our client's assets. There will be no further warning. Might want to run, buddy. Where are you at? Oh, look at all these ships. All right. We've got Raymond. Oh, Raymond, dude. You are outgunned, my friend. Because we've got a Spartan. Oh, that's Citadel. A Centurion. The Citadel and the Spartan. I'll be coming for you, Alexander, and this time I'm not asking for 10%. I want it all. Okay, well that was interesting. So, next up... Okay, Short Hopper. They're done with their run, I think. I don't think we need to send it on any other thing. Because we got the isotopes done. Our cruiser. Cruiser's still cruising. Alright, let's go ahead and get back to the foundry here. And we need to figure out what is next on our list of things we need to do. So Stargate actuators is what we're going to do next. We've got the resin working. The fuel ship's going to slowly grind that out for us. So actuators are our next thing. So I think we'll take a short break. And when we get back, we will figure out the actuators. I have not saved in a while. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, let me slip out and I will see you all in about 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. Got a few things to do. Let's check in on our research. All right, advanced tracks. Unlocks the ability to convert tracks into splitters. All right, do we need to... Nope. The story's unlocking this for us. So already unlocked. Already unlocked. All right, so we don't need to worry about that. So I think I'm going to worry about that. I think we'll work on this section here. So let's get that going. All right, so I think we need to tear this down, but let's do some checking here. So the thing we need to make is an actuator. Stargate actuator, there it is. Yeah, that one is, I think it's Maru's theme, is what that one is. Okay, so we still need our Stargate frames. So we have our pipeline for that already built. All right, so then we need a motor. And for that, we just need fabricators. Okay. So we need an assembly table. So frames and motors. So I'm thinking we basically have 3 things building frames. So we're going to need 3 things building motors. So 3 more fabricators. And then I'm thinking 3 more assembly tables will make this work. Okay. I'm going to rip this whole thing up though. Alright, and then we're going to go shopping here. We need 3 more fabricators. 3 more assembly tables. And we'll grab any storage crates we can get. Okay. So we're going to rework our setup here a little bit. Now, we already have a storage crate here for metal. Also, I think we're going to send Short Hopper out on an attempt to buy track for us. There we go. Let's see, 24. Everything looks good there. Alright, so Short Hopper will go on a track run for us. And that'll help us out a little bit here. Can we buy any track currently? There's 5, so we'll buy what track we can. Okay, I think we need to move the storage out of this room. Holy cow, we have so many metal ingots, it's insane. Okay, that's completely clear. So let's redo our storage system here a little bit. We're going to clean this out. And for right now, we're going to go ahead and store our metal ingots there. And we're going to clean this out. Oops. Spacesuits. I didn't mean to clear the spacesuits. You guys can stay there. There we go. Alright, that's just general cargo. So I think we'll clear that out as well. Ooh, that might not be enough room. So let's see how much that fills up. Now we've got Stargate frames here, which I'm going to move temporarily just up into here. There we go. Let's see. Unfortunately, I can't move that I think I do want to move that. So here's what we're going to do. I don't know of another way to empty it out. Let's see if there's anything in here. If I say none, dumping. Okay. What does dumping mean? Hold on. I'm gonna undo that. I want to see if that dumping. Quit. We're either going to waste a bunch of metal ingots here or no storage for metal ingots. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. But we can correct that. There we go. All right. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Nice. I thought I was going to have to manually unload this, but by setting it to none, they're just pulling everything out of it, which is perfect. Okay. So we'll let that happen. Let's go check on our fuel depot. All right, we can go ahead and sell off more Stargate resin. And where does that put us on resin? Oh, we still need... Looks like we've made... Yeah, we've made a good chunk. Alright, fuel-wise, I think we're doing okay. Alright, short hopper, how are you doing? Okay, it's a good chunk of track. What do I have you buying right now? Crystals, copper. Oh, you're doing copper minerals. Okay, we'll let you do your thing. Alright, so as soon as they unload this, there's 16 remaining. We'll go ahead and set up our new manufacturing pipelines or runs here. We'll try to make this a little bit cleaner. That last one was a little bit messy. Okay, so as they're unloading, here's what I think we're going to have to do. To build the actuator, we need an assembly cable that's going to be fed in Stargate frames and motors. The Stargate frames, we have to build frames in a fabricator. That goes then into an assembly table, and then that goes to the actuator. The second pipeline we're going to have to set up is fabricators with copper and metal to make motors to feed that. I think let's get some tests down here to see if we can get our timings. All right, so that appears to be empty. Oh, research is done. What are we going to research next? Hydroponics, atmospheric processing. That's blueprints, crop yields, sewage pipe, blueprints. Maybe the fighter line? Yeah, let's start working on fighters. Okay, we need to get some timings here to see if we can get this a little bit better. So let's put down a couple fabricators, a couple assembly tables. Okay, so to make a frame 5 metal ingots, and it makes a frame every 10 seconds. Okay, that's data point number 1. To make a motor, it can make a motor every 15 seconds. So it's not a 1-to-1 ratio there. Okay. In this one, we want to check on the old... Well, we can make our own track. Might have to start doing that. What's it take? Oh, a frame. And then it can make track. That's kind of arguably a little bit of expensive, but that's okay. Let's see. We want to find Stargate frame. Okay, so 2 frames, and it makes it every 20 seconds. All right, I'm going to start writing some of this down. Let's see if we can get the math to work on this, though. Let's see. Let's open up Excel. Okay, first saying a fabricator that can make a frame. So fabricator, make a frame every 10 seconds. And then fabricator can make a motor every 15 seconds. So fabricator makes a motor every 15 seconds. There we go. Hey, Nancy, congratulations. 20,000 star drops. Uh-oh. Our foundry can't store its own compost. All right, first things first, let's fix this problem. Okay, why does our cruiser keep running out of FTL charges? Cruiser. Oh, we've got this on looping, that's why. It's been jumping around the whole system. Okay, that was a mistake, but that's okay. I want to test this anyway. So we bought 24. There are 12 on board right now. One of them's going to get loaded into the FTL drive here. And let's see if it can load everything. Yeah, it's going to get everything loaded before it jumps. Oh, I don't know if it's going to continue along its way, though. Oh, yep, it jumped. Alright, fix that problem. Okay, Short Hopper's back. Short Hopper bought track. So we're just going to sell... only 22, but... that's okay. Does it need anything else? Nope, it's pretty good. Actually, let's sell these medium tanks. Gas collectors, refineries, chem labs. We don't need any of that crap on board. Okay, back to work here. Okay, next up we have our Stargate frames. It takes 2 frames to make a Stargate frame. Okay, so Stargate frames is an assembly table. Oh, very cool. Thanks, Nancy. Stargate frame. Okay, so, but it takes 2 Stargate frames for 20 seconds. So Fabricator can make a frame in 10 seconds. And then a second frame in 10 seconds. And a table can make a Stargate frame in 20 seconds. That matches up. Okay, that works. So 1-to-1 ratio for frames to Stargate frames. We're good there. All right, motors. Make a motor. So now we need to look at the Stargate actuator. So Stargate actuator takes 20 seconds. It takes a frame and a motor. All right, so we can make a motor every 15 seconds with 1 fabricator. We can make a frame every 20 seconds. So if we go 3 fabricators for frames, 3 assembly tables for frames, that works. Then that'd be 1, 2, 3. Motors take a little bit longer. So a motor, it takes 15 seconds for a single motor. Oh, back over here. So to keep up with every 20 seconds, we're going to need 1, 2, 3 motors. So if we put in, if we put in 1, 2, that's every 30 seconds we could get 2 motors. I think if we go 3, it might not be exact. Every 20 seconds we need a motor. And we can make one every 15. We can make, for every 20 seconds we're going to need 3 motors if we have 3 assembly tables doing this. So if we do that, then we're going to need my math in my brain's not working. 1 fabricator would be 1 every 2 fabricators. 3 fabricators would be 3 every 15, which would be too much. 2 fabricators would be 2 every 15, which wouldn't be enough. So unless we really scaled up, we would have to add like a 4th. If we do 4, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 every 20 seconds. So 15, 30, 60. I can make 3 every 15, 2 every 30, 3 every 45, 4 every minute. Wow, this is getting too much. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to do a little formula in Excel. Equals this times this. Or okay, my math is correct. If we had 6 fabricators making frames, we could have 4 fabricators making motors and 3 assembly tables making the actual. All right, let's see if this makes sense. Okay, if we have 6 of these, that means every 10 seconds, we're going to have 6. And then if we have here, well, actually, every 10 seconds, let me do another set of math here. Equals this divided by this. See if my math's making sense here. Okay, so if I have 1 fabricator, every 60 seconds it could make 6 frames. If I had 1 fabricator for motors, every 60 seconds it could make 4. And if I had 1 assembly table, every 60 seconds it could make 3. We need 6 frames to make 3. That matches up. Our motor is not working. No, it'd be 4. Okay, so I'm thinking, yeah, 6 fabricators, 4 motor fabricators, and then 3 assembly tables. I think I can pull that off. All right, let's see what we have in our inventory. We have 9 fabricators, 6, 7, 8, 9, we need 10. Assembly tables, we have 10. We only need 6 of those. All right, let's see if there's any more available. Yeah, buy them all. All right, let's get our pipeline set up here. So first thing we're going to set up is our frame pipeline. So to do this, we need a storage crate. We're going to set that up right there. And then we are going to pull out of that. We want 6 fabricators. Let's see, if I robot arm out of that to a track, robot arm, track, robot arm. Okay, let's try that. How much track do we have? Let's see. Has the cruiser returned? How much track does it have? It can sell track, I think. Or no, we went and collected... Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. It's a mess. Loader, extra smelter. Oh, we'll keep those for right now. Keep that. Food. Dump our compost. Our metal ingots. Precious metals. Tillium. We did make a copper ore run. That's what we sent that one on. Copper ingots. And then these we're just going to clear out. Okay. All that'll get transferred. Short hopper, though, I think we sent it on a track run. Water, food, stable isotopes. Can sell that off. Why is it not sitting on a bunch of track? I don't know if we send it on this run or not. All right, let's send it out. It's got 18 hops in it. Okay, I might not have ever sent that out. Okay, this one we're out of storage, so we need to go ahead and sell off all of our Stargate resin. And get it up and running again. Okay, doing well. I think we've produced about half of what we need there. All right, back to the main factory. So, what we're going to want to do here is install a short robot arm, and we might have to get more of these. try that again. I don't know if I'm have enough track to do this. We're about to find out. Okay, we're going to start here. Okay, now that's making Stargate, well, that's making frames. And the next thing we need to do is we need to come over here. And we're going to make so that'll make our Stargate frames. Now let's check our recipes again. So the actuator needs a Stargate frame and a motor. So we've got that done. We're about to build the motor section next. I think we need to send our cruiser out. Welcome back, welcome back. Short robot arms. Want more of these? All right. We'll send that ship out. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Shut that back down. It's still offloading stuff. Okay, let's let that finish first. Okay, on this side, what do we have left? Oh, we got a ton of robot arms. Maybe we just need to use those. The short ones keep things nice and compact, but we can use the longer ones. Alright, let's use the longer ones. We got a lot of them. It'll just space things out a little bit more. That's okay. Oh, okay. I got an idea here. We do this right. I could put all this stuff in a storage crate. Let's try that. Yeah, I can make this work. Might want to rework this side. Can I feed? Ooh. Got a new idea. Let's see if we can do this with a lot less track. I want to make this a little bit more direct. I don't know if what I'm about to do is going to work. But we're going to try. All right, let's rework this. So we're going to go back to a storage crate. Let's put it like kind of here in the center. And then we're going to go with short robot arms and fabricators. So we need, we need more space to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That might work. To leave myself enough space there. Okay. Okay, so now with no track, all of these arms will pull directly out, except I think I set them up. Install short robot arm. Okay, first things first. These two will face down. These two will face up. And these two will face there and there. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and sell resin again. Okay, so all that will pull out, and then what we want to do is we want to put a second storage crate in over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. How big is an assembly table? I think it's 3. 1, 2, 3. Storage crate. I think I'm trying to make this too big, honestly, but that's part of the fun. All right, let's put equal with that one. 2, 3. Let's put it there. Then assembly table. Put one there, one there, and one there. Now for these, actually I can use the normal robot arms for these. Actually, I think I can use the normal robot arms for these. Let's save our shorts for if we really need them, because I have a bunch of the normals. Okay. So these make our frames. The frames get put in here. This pulls out any storage that we need. Then we'll have to pipe that down. Okay, so now we need to get our motor system working. So we're going to need 2 storage crates. Actually, let's use small storage crates down here. And we're going to need 4, I think. So here we need 4 fabricators. But they're going to have to pull out of both of these. Let's see. Fabricators. How do I make them pull? One, 2, 3, 4. All right. Let's do another. All right, then we need 3 assembly tables. Let's get those set up. Okay, so here's our pipeline. This makes frames, pushes it over to here. This makes Stargate frames. They're going to need to come down to here. I'm thinking... We have another small... Yeah. We could put frames... I think I'm trying to make this too complex. 1, 2, 3. What if I do it this way? I don't like this. I think I'm trying to be too minimal on the storage. Let's go ahead and... see what we have for sale for storage crates. Don't have any right now. Right, short hopper's back. Let's go ahead and sell whatever it went and purchased. It's got a bunch of track. And then let's set it up for a... a storage crate run. All right, what's the cruiser doing? Oh, then we need to actually purchase some more FTL. For that. All right, the cruiser. Where is it? What do we have it doing? Oh, it's going to make a short robot arm run. All right, let's turn it free. All right, it's cruising. All right, let's try this again, but a little bit less crazy. So, small storage crate. This will feed... Actually, this might be a good place for the large. Large storage crate. Put it right up against the wall here. And we can get this to feed 3 fabricators. And we'll do the same thing over here. Storage crate. That can feed 3 fabricators. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and go with short robot arms for this run. Okay, that represents, that's making frames. That is good. So the next stage for this setup would be to pump these all into another storage crate. And I need to run my Alright, I have to look at arms first here. You know what? I'd made the same mistake I've made before. I can wedge in my large arms here. So we'll go ahead and go back to the normal robot arms. Okay. And then we need to get our assembly tables set up. Let's see if we can just stick them. Now, how can I get a crate to feed all of those? That's part of the problem. A single crate doesn't want to feed them all. Could put the crate in this way. Let's try that. All right, so if I drop this down like that. Okay. That almost works. We're gonna have to drop this stuff down a little bit farther, I think. So, because when we feed out of these, it's gonna drop down to... Storage crate, where are you at? Alright, the arm's gonna drop it. Arm, then track. Arm, then track. Then we need a space. There we go. Alright, here is where we are going to use our short robot arms, though. And then we'll use a normal robot arm here. And now we'll use a little bit of track. Okay. So here's what we have. We got arms pulling out our minerals. Fabricators make our frames. Our frames drop onto this track. Everything goes into there. Now what we need to do is we just need to set up now our arms pull out of that crate and feed our 3 assembly tables. Okay. I like it. Fabricator frame 6. Question is, did I do all my math correctly now? So Stargate frame 2 every 20 seconds. So actually the funny part is if I really want this to work, we don't need half of this, honestly. Because this will create frames twice as fast as we need, unless we put in 6 assembly tables. Which I don't think I want to do. Let's double check, double check. Alright, so this is going to make a frame, 2 frames every 20 seconds. This needs 2 frames every 20 seconds. So this is a 1-to-1 ratio. So if for this, I don't need this. If we wanted to run it like this would be a, what you call it? Yeah, I'm going to dismantle half of this. And it'll still work. And that might actually work better. Might have to, no, this will still work. Okay, so we're going to install our storage crate here instead. So instead of the tracks, nah, we're going to have to move it over one, I think. All right. Install our assembly table. So we got that. We need a space for the arm, 2 for the fabricator, space for the arm. Then we need 1, 2, 3 for the storage crate, space for the arm. All right, let's see if I can get this to work. Actually, you need to drop down. Crap, go away. There we go. And now we'll throw a storage crate in. Nope. No, that was right. That one was right. There we go. Now we need our fabricators to sit there. Yep, this will work. Okay. That goes there. Robot arms. Wow, that was weird. We'll go there. Fabricators will then go There, there, and there. Let's see. We have a problem here. Why is this still stuck on the ship? Is it waiting for something? Don't know. Let's check on our resin. Almost have made enough, so. All right, now we need more arms. And then we're going to dismantle that storage crate. And now we need to put our assembly tables so that they make some kind of sense here. Unfortunately, I can't get them all on one side, so one's going to have to sit in a weird direction. Put one there, put one there. So I can pull out, that can pull out of the crate. Okay. Now we'll build our motor line on this side. So I think we're going to do the same thing. We'll make extra motors, but I think we're going to need 3 fabricators for this. So let's go with a storage. Nope. Here's where we need to feed in. Let's see, small storage crate. How big is it? 1, 2, 3. I want to track this if I can help it. Let's just start like that. Let's see what that gets us. And fabricators, I need to pull out of both of those crates because one's going to be iron, one's going to be copper. Ooh, I could run them down the center. This might actually work. Ooh, I'm intrigued. I think I can make this work. Let's just run these down the center like this. And then if we go with short arms... Alright, Procion's back. What does it have for us? Please tell me you have a bunch of short arms, my friend. Short robot arms. Sell them. That's exactly what we want. Short hoppers back. What did you go out and get us? Doesn't appear you got us anything. What was the last thing we sent you out to get? Small storage crates. About 30 food, water. About 4 track. Okay, we didn't get anything. Alright, let's send it out again. Maybe I didn't... Oh, yeah, I think it was unloading stuff and we didn't send it out. Okay, so here's what we're going to do now. We're going to install track. Have one. Please tell me we've got an extra one here. Come on. Short robot arms. There we go. Okay. So we're going to set this to metal ingots. We're going to set this one to copper ingots. We're going to set this one to metal ingots. Alright, so this is going to make motors, which need copper and metal, and those will be fed down the sides here once this is all up and running. This one's going to make motors, and this one's going to make motors. Perfect. These are going to make frames. That's going to make frames, and that's going to make frames. Okay, done. This is going to make Stargate frames. This is going to make Stargate frames, and this is going to make Stargate frames. This is going to store frames. Done. All right. Now what we're going to have to do is pull out of these fabricators the motors. Now this is where you do get an advantage of having the two different sizes of arms. For this one we're going to use our normal robot arms. And we will pull to there, there, and there. There, there, and there. Let's go check on our fuel ship. Alright, this one's a little confused. I don't know why. Stargate resin. What's going on with the trade? Alright, let's just cancel the current trade because this seems to be causing a problem. That way we can get it to restart here. Alright, now let's go ahead and just sell all of our Stargate resin. Okay, hopefully that works. Short hopper's back. What did it get for us? Small storage crates. Yes. Nice work, short hopper. Okay, back to the big project here. I'm sure you've noticed we're making a small fortune from all this. Truth be told, I'm not really doing it for the revenue. I already have more than I can ever spend, but I'm running out of time. The doctors have made that clear to me. I've been around quite a few years. I've had my share of success. Built my empire, my fortune. I've lived a comfortable life, but I find myself thinking more and more about what I want to do with the time I have left. I just want to be the first at something huge, the first person to visit another galaxy. Alexander James Ellis Starr, that's the name people would remember. Okay, thanks, buddy. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to pump this into crates. And then we're going to set up our setup for the final assembly here. So let's go ahead and slip out. We're going to take a short break, and we'll get this finished up when we get back. All right, we are back. We got our motor line done. We've got our frame to Stargate frame line done. Last thing we needed to figure out now is the final construction of our actuators. So we need 3 assembly tables for these. I'm thinking... Actually, we need robot arms first. All right, we need to pull out of that. All right, those will get constructed. Then we're gonna have to take all this stuff and put it into probably, I'm thinking 2 supply crates. So let's get our assembly tables in here. I think we'll put this down in the corner here. Let's just place these and see what kind of thing makes sense. So if I run short robot arms in, and then a robot arm, how far out could I put that? That will work, I think. Alright, let's go center, 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 and then short arms. Short, short, short. And then what I want to do is I want to have a small storage crate on each end. So one there and one there. Okay, so we need to pull out of these. We need a track that goes that way, track that goes that way. All right, now we need to get all of this stuff flowing down here. Crap, I might not have enough track to do this. Let's send out short robot arms. Well, that was weird. Nope, come back. There we go. Probably should just be making track. If I was making track this whole time, we would have had plenty. Send you on another run. How are you doing? Okay, I think we can probably convert this back over to a fuel ship here. Let's look at what the Stargate project still needs. Stargate resin is complete. Alright, let's go ahead and shut this down. Set this back up as a fuel depot. Okay, dismantle those arms, and then we're going to go ahead and just sell off the extra resin that we made. Stargate resin. Alright, now what we need to do is we need to rewire this up as a fuel system. Let's run over to the wall. Alright, fuel to the wall. Fuel to the wall. Fuel to the wall. Fuel to the wall. Okay. I think we're making fuel again. That doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. We've got fuel going out, fuel going out, fuel going out, fuel going out. All our inputs are still inputting. Alright, I think we're good. Fuel, 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 fuel. Okay. Cool. Okay, so this is going to store motors, and this is going to store Stargate frames. Okay, now we just need to get them there. That's our problem. We need more track for that. Ooh, we also need to get some copper. Alright, copper ingots and copper minerals. So let's convert this over to copper. Copper. And I think we need to go ahead and set up some storage for copper minerals. So just set that in right there. Okay, that should get that all going. So what we're going to want to do here is we need to install a robot arm that will feed into there, and then we need 2 more track to get that, and that'll feed that side. Then we're going to have to unload all of these. So let's get some robot arms set up for this as well. Well, this one we can unload direct. That's nice. This one we'll have to... just have to unload these down that way. Well, could we daisy chain robot arms? Maybe could do that. It's not ideal, but it'll work. If I put an arm there. It won't quite reach. Two short arms might work. So we can go short arm. Okay, that's ugly right now, but it will work for the time being. Storage for copper ingots. Okay, I'll fix that. Track will be better. You know what? Short hopper's back. Let's see how it did. How much track did you get us, buddy? I'll be close. Alright. Buy our track that we just sold. Okay, that should be good there. Okay, I think I might have enough track. Let's undo this ugly mess that I have created here. So that's going to unload to here. And then we can install a robot arm to there. There we go. That'll be complete. I always have to figure out this one. We've got to get down and over. You know what? We can just do a quick like that. All right, that should work. So these are making actuators. Stargate actuator. And an actuator. Okay. Question is, did I build this correctly? We're about to find out. So first things first, we've got to power this up. So let's get power to that. Power to our robot arms there. Fire that one up. You can see the robot arms firing up there. I've got assembly tables here. All right, let's see. Robot arms. Robot arms. And assembly tables. Okay, let's see what is happening here. Okay, so we've got our ingots, we've got our copper. These are loading up incorrectly. No. Okay, no, I built some stuff incorrectly here. Okay, we need to shut this line down. I lined stuff up wrong. Alright. Just kill that. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get these guys to unload this. So I don't know if they'll unload a track, so we'll install just a short robot arm here. Or any robot arm, it doesn't matter, but alright, I'm gonna unload this belt because it's wrong. So we are missing some track, that's why. Alright, let's buy any more track that we might have got. Cool. Let's go ahead and power up that arm. And so once it unloads this track, then we'll get something else set up here. So what we need is install. So we need this track to go down the outside. I hadn't put this in yet, that's why it didn't work. And then that's going to go. Actually, let's just go down one more, and then across. And then this one needs to go down this outside. And across. Right, we got crap going everywhere right now. So this bottom line we need to take out, but I don't want to take it out. There used to be a bug. I don't know if it still does it. If you deleted the track, it could get the items stuck. And we don't want that. So we'll just offload these. And then we can dismantle the track from behind. Alright, and now we'll put this one in. There we go. Okay, so let's wire this back up here. And take that out. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, so those are loading up. There we go. Now our motors are dropping onto that outside belt. And then it grabs the motor, puts it in the modal crate. That loads it up onto this belt. And then these should be good to go. Now I think what we want to do now is automate one last thing here. So let's go ahead and install robot arms here. And then we're going to put a storage crate here on the end. And track. There's one more robot arm here. Yeah. Then we'll run track. There. And we wire these up. And then this is going to be our actuators. And then we need power for you. There we go. Now it's storing our actuators in there. Okay, we have our line working. So we've got metal ingots are getting pushed into these fabricators. They're all just storing frames into here. Frames get pulled out of there into the assembly tables. The little people make them. Once they get done, they get tossed onto this track, and then this one just goes directly in. So our Stargate frames, no storage for copper ingots, that's okay. And then our Stargate frames get loaded onto this track. This isn't ideal. We need to get a mass, like this needs to get caught up before, like this one might starve a little bit. It's hard to say, but it seems to be working. So basically we're building these to just hold stuff, and then down here, we're loading our actuators into there. Okay. We're out of room for copper ingots. Let's go ahead and convert some of our metallic into ingots here. Actually, we'll just make some more room there. All right, and then I think we'll send our two ships out on another copper run here. All right, you can do ingots. Now, before in alpha, before they added this setup here, you would have to do this manually. You would just go from system to system and, you know, just buy out what you needed to buy. All right, this one will do minerals. And I think in the next stream we'll build a mining ship. Right now we're just using our purchasing power because we have plenty of money to just buy from the markets. But really we should be mining that ore. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, see, we're definitely making more motors. I was afraid that this was gonna be oversaturated. Our bottleneck seems to be over here. Although, arguably, if there's a guy standing here, it means they're working. So, we're making motors faster than we need to. Like our motor line's backing up now, right? Because this crate's full and that's full. Now what we can do is we can just... Let's just turn off... We'll just turn off two of our fabricators, right? And let that catch up. And that'll be fine. Those are staying topped off. That's staying relatively topped off. Yeah, I probably needed a little bit more over here. But we're alright. We've already got 40, so how many of these do we need to make for the project now? 250. We have 39. Alright, we'll just let that run a little bit. I think we'll get through phase 3 today. Assuming we don't run out of copper. But again, that's full. And we've got a lot down here, so I think we're okay. This line I like. This feeding down the sides, I think this one works pretty well. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, see, our assembly tables aren't keeping up here. We're making, like, this storage is full. So really, we could use another assembly table. I don't think I could get it wedged in here, though. Would be the problem. But that's okay. Whoa, the cruiser's low on fuel. Alright, we'll have to go out and refuel that when it gets back. That's an easy fix. Where are you taking that? Oh, why do we have Stargate frames in there? Okay, well that's weird. We can fix this. Don't let the crew unload this one. And prioritize... They're taking them out. Okay, maybe my line is good. Okay, hold on. Let's check this out. Prioritize that. What they were doing is they've been unloading it. So this will saturate it. Okay. Cool. I just missed a click there. So you have a choice. On these storage crates, you can say if there is a storage zone, put it there first and put it in the crate second. Or if you prioritize the crate, put it in the crate first. And what was happening here is this one was prioritizing the zone. So my people were unloading this and putting them up there. So we actually have a backlog now of frames, Stargate frames. So actually we might be in better shape than I thought. Yeah, see our line's starting to get saturated now. Cool. So maybe then we'll have to turn up our motor production here in a second. We'll see if this can get caught up. Yeah, look at them load that thing up. So now our bottleneck might be down here. Okay, now this is full, or getting full. Do we have another large... Small tank track? I don't have any more... Alright, we need to get that unloaded. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to build a section up here for actuators. Frames, actuators. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 90. Alright, that's 100. And then what we'll do is the opposite down here. We're going to say, yeah, prioritize the zone. So now the system will automatically unload these, but our crew, when they have free time, will go ahead and get those unloaded. Alright, yes, we have saturated that line. And yeah, we don't have a bunch sitting here. Okay. Actually, this is pretty balanced. Maybe this is a little slow. So maybe four of these going, potentially. It could be that they just fell behind because of what we were doing when we had this broken. That's not too bad, though, to just have one thing broken. Actually, we broke this. Two things broken. Okay, so this is now stalled. This line is stalled, which is okay. It's really about these guys getting their work done. All right. And then we need to make, what, 250 of these, I think? Yeah, we're up to 65 already. We'll let this crank. This crank out for a while. Let's see, how is our fuel here? 30, 45, we had 90,000 fuel there. All right, Short Hopper, how did you do? Let's see what you bought for me. Copper minerals, you got 31. We'll take that. Cruiser, you bought ingots, I do believe. 17. There we go. Then we'll have to go refuel this guy in a second. Let's see, Short Hopper, how are you on fuel? Your tank's full? Hey, your tanks are still almost full. You're doing great, you're doing great. Begin mining metallic minerals. We're gonna have to do that at some point here. Might be what we kick off in the next stream. Alright, how's the cruiser doing? Once they're unloaded, we'll go ahead and... yeah, we're wrapping up here, I think. Alright, we'll shut those down. Alright, where is our fuel? There you are. Alright, our tanks are almost empty here. Alright, we are docked. Okay. Fleet logistics. So we have 2 large tanks, which is good for 44,000. And we're currently at 3,000. So let's transfer 40,000 fuel over. Let's see, to the cruiser. That's 45. 40,000 fuel. Alright, do I have everything wired up correctly? Docking port is set. What about the fuel hauler? Did I maybe accidentally unconnected that? I did. Alright. Let's go ahead and... Yeah, I think we ended up at about 38,000 last night that went to air quote waste. Minus 200. I don't know what that means. All right. Is the cruiser filling up with gas, though? That's what we want to know. Oh, yeah. Look at the fuel lines. So there we go. I love this feature. This was not in the game the last time that I played. To transfer fuel like this, you had to put it into the little barrels, carry the barrels over, and then reload them into your tanks. Now we're just doing a... And you can do this for all the different piping things. So oxygen and water, fuel. I'm going to guess Metreon gas. Pretty much anything you would want to do. You could probably do this. Let's see, how are they doing? Yeah, we have plenty of fuel in this beast. We could start unloading fuel again to sell it, but our money's actually okay. All right, let's check our logistics. What does it say? 16,000 left. Uh-oh. Everything's tight now. Orange logo. That's a good one. That fits the channel. Let's see. Blue. 2 logos, 2 ellipses. 1 red, 1 orange. 1 purple. All right, once these hit 22.5, I think is their full. Oh, nope, I think we ran out of gas. All right, let's check our... All right, let's transfer over 5,000 more. Let's see what that does. There we go. The fuel tanks are essentially full. So, even though this still says, we can just shut that down, I think. Okay. Let's undock. Let's bring the gas collector ship with us. We might turn that into a mining ship, actually. We don't need the gas collector. We had already built that one. Because there is this begin mining metallic minerals thing. All right, let's go park the cruiser over there. Short hopper will park over there. All right, let's look at this gas collector. Let's see what it looks like. What functionality does it have? We could add pretty easily. It's got 2 reactors. Let's go ahead and add mining lasers to it. Why not? Maybe some drone bays. And some drones. Yeah, we'll just turn this into a little miner. So let's rename it. It's not gas collector anymore. How about mini, let's go all caps. Mini miner. There we go. I like the front mounted docking bay on it. It's kind of cool. Okay, so let's install our mining lasers. And we're just going to do this asymmetrical a little bit. Put those over there. Our drone bays. Put over there. And then we are going to need some just general cargo space here. So we'll just make the whole center of the ship just be cargo. And then we will put our drones over here just so they're close. And then let's run power down this bulkhead here. Now, 3 mining lasers on 2 reactors might be pushing our luck a little bit. So I think just to be safe, we'll just buy some more reactors and some batteries. You know what? In the spirit of asymmetry, there we go. All right, let's bring our fuel out and fuel these guys up. And then there we go. Okay. I think I'd like to get a few more drones. So we'll just jump up here. That should be a mining colony. Let's go ahead and grab a few more supplies, though. Let's see. Water. 6. There we go. Let's get some oxygen. And food. We're a little low on food. But we did buy a lot of food, so. That should do our crew nicely. Oh, what's this complaining about? No storage for Stargate actuators. Alright, let's go ahead and sell 100 then. We've made 180 already. All right, mini miner, are you ready to go? Let's rock and roll. Now this says begin mining metallic minerals. Something else we're going to do here real quick, just so that I can knock it off of our list. We're just going to buy an engine. We're not going to fly this thing. I kind of treat this like a base. I don't want to fly it around. So we'll install that engine just to check this off the list. All right, mini miner. Let's see what we have. We need metallic minerals. Let's see what's precious ore, Tillium on this side. Got some copper, Tillium and copper, precious ore. Woo! Look at this one. Holy cow. So this miner has been mining here. This is a little bit of a bug. Its drones are stuck. So it can't collect the ore. It's either full or something. So if we come down here, we could just grab all of that ore. What's this one? Well, that's metallic as well. And metallic. Okay. I think we'll come down here because I don't want to grab that extra copper. Alright, let's see how fast the old mini miner is, because it's only got 2 engines, but it's pretty small. I don't think it has any thrusters. Yeah. Well, actually, we should buy more drones. Alright, our drones have jumped. Here they go. Now the question is, we might have to actually do the mining though. We'll see. Nope, collecting it counts. Alright, we just knocked that out of the park. Alright, now what I do like about the multi-ship play style is now that this guy is doing his job here, we can walk away. Much like the fuel depot, right? This fuel depot just out here. Oh, that's cool, Nancy. That's really cool. All right, let's see how we're doing on actuators. Looks like we sold 100 and we're almost up to 100 again. Ooh, we're running out of motors. Okay. Let's get this turned back on. Actually, let's turn them both on. So our motor supply has gotten low. Not too low. It must have just happened because these guys are still working, which means they had a motor. But we'll fire up the motor line here. And we'll keep... Oh, he just left. So... But I don't think it cost us too bad. Alright, the motor line is back. I'm going to turn off this one. We'll see if 2 can keep up or build up a supply or not. Okay, that's good. Ooh, I think we're getting a little low on metallic, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, we're getting a little low on metallic. So let's go ahead and shut down. We're not going to need this, so we're going to shut that down. So we'll keep what metallic we have left there. We have 70 stored up in there, 36 stored up in there. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. So we'll use up our supply there. Motors, will keep the lines running for right now. Okay, while we are waiting, let's go ahead and install an engine. I'm just going to put it right there. There we go. And then I'm just going to immediately dismantle it. We do that just to check it off the thing. All right, let's check in on the Stargate. I think we have another 100. So let's go ahead and sell off. Another 100. Which means we need another, we only need 50 now. Okay, not bad. Now, I don't know. Actually, we could shut down. Let's go ahead and shut down these robot arms. Just let this clear the track for us right now. And we'll see where that puts us. Because with this, only this bottom one running, it should pull the bottom row over. I think that's how I got it set up. Yeah, because these should go over there. Yep. All right, let's go check on our mini miner. Look at that. Well, metallic isn't going to be a problem anymore. And look at that. We cleared that spot. All right, let's go get some more. What do we have over here? Oh, I am curious. We should fire our lasers here. Let's knock out some copper. That's funny. Oh, this doesn't have maneuvering thrusters. We probably should have put maneuvering thrusters on it. I can't rotate the ship. Okay, well, let's just realign it here then. Yeah, it doesn't have any kind of rotation. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, this will work for now. Now I want to check the power grid and see how we did. So it pops up to about 300 megawatts. So when they fire, it's 100 megawatt per. So you basically need a reactor for each mining laser if you don't want to run out of power. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 5, so we have overage. We're okay there. All right, let's just go ahead and drop the ship over there. Grab some thrusters just to make it easier to work. Navigation with thrusters makes it so you can rotate and do all kinds of stuff there. All right, what are we doing the copper? I think we're doing the metal there. Let's get some copper. There we go. Now our asymmetrical build here, okay, that'll work. We can put one there. One there. Batteries are in the way there. Can you get to that? If you can get there, I'll be pleased. There we go. Alright, we're gonna have to add some storage here. Alright, let's see how well we're cleaning. Look at us doing cleanup duty here. Now, what we should probably do is add smelters to this ship and then do the smelting here and just transfer the ingots. Then you're doing less transferring. So if we were going to be efficient, we might do that. All right, let's check in on research. We haven't been researching anything. All right, we got our fighters research. So what's this? Speed and agility. Speed and fuel efficiency. Speed and fuel efficiency. Fighter speed plus 100, plus 50, plus 25, plus, oh, that's armor, and plus 10. Fighter armor, fighter armor, fighter armor. Fast or strong? We're going to do them all. Let's go for fast. All right, we'll go ahead and collect a little bit of copper there. Let's go back and check on the foundry. So yeah, we've almost cleared off the tracks there. That's clear. I think we might have enough to finish this. Sell your manufactured parts to the Smith and the Stargate Project. Total sales. All right, let's see what we're sitting on. We have 78 and we only need 50. All right, so I'm going to let this line clear. That emptied out. That's about to empty out. All right, we'll just let this go ahead and process and manufacture anything that's left. Even if we have to do it pseudo manually. Although these Stargate frames, it might get to the point, let's go ahead and shut this off. It might get to the point where we need these for other things. So having this line just basically set up, we might just leave it for now. Alright, so we'll let it use up the rest of these ingots here. And let it just finish making motors in that. Okay, that's cool. They'll actually unload as needed. So I'm going to shut this off as well. So we're going to let these lines clear. So they'll take it out of the crate and just manually do these last ones. That's okay. I'm okay with that because I want to get these tracks clear. Yeah, I think we should bring our miner home. Actually, let's check on the fuel ship. Okay, it's catching up. We got crap stored everywhere here. Let's build ourselves out just some general cargo storage to clean this up a little bit. Alright, this whole front is clear out. And this we're going to clear out. Okay. Okay, we'll just turn those into general cargo storage. That'll all be fuel. Let's go ahead and start cranking these up to unload fuel. So we can start selling it again. Alright, that looks good. Cruiser, let's check all of our stats. 15, 15, 3,000, that's good. Short hopper, you're in good shape. Fuel depot, ooh, you're getting a little bit low on food. So I do think I am going to make a, up here, let's go ahead and set up our storage for life support. Alright, so this section is oxygen. This is CO2 down here. Oh, we don't have our air reprocessor on this ship? We're just building up CO2. Well, let's get that added. Okay. Now, water. I don't know where we have our water stored. Oh, we got water and food here. Let's go ahead and expand that out a little bit. Let's put water there. Food there. Clear those out of there. Alright. We do need an air reprocessor. We need food. What's our water at? Oxygen will regain there. Water's at 5,000. Get that at 10,000. And we'll see how well our air recirculator will clean this mess up a little bit. Okay, that'll get up and running. Alright, I'm curious. I'm going to shut down 2 of these. I want to see if it can keep up or not. Not quite. Starting to fall behind. What about 3? Oh, thanks. 3 is pretty close. We'll run it on 3 for a while just to see what it does. Okay, we are now processing CO2 back into oxygen. Our oxygen is going up. Alright. So the fuel ship's in good shape. The cruiser, it's well stocked. The short hopper is well stocked. The miner's almost out of fuel. So let's go ahead and get this out of ore range. All right, we'll bring all the drones back. Where are drones? All right, they appear to have come back. That's a cool planet in the background. All right, this baby is packed full of ore. And then we need to run a fuel line. Up to the dock. Grumpy Sardine, now that's a ship. think the fuel ship has a shuttle docked to it, but it does have 2 ports, which is great. Okay, how much fuel capacity does this guy have? What do we have? All right, take care. Yep. As soon as I get this thing fueled up, we're probably going to call it. Thanks, Nancy. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We just have 1 medium tank on this ship. Let's go ahead and get... some more fuel capacity. Will this fit in here? I didn't think it would. All right. All right, let's get this guy. Rotate around here. All right, so we need 9, 18, about 22. So that'll be plenty. Let's fill the tanks. Three. That'll hold 6,000, so we're still okay on that. All right, let's go ahead and finish the rest of the project here, because I think our line should be... yeah, I need to shut this down. All right, that's empty. Got plenty of motors. That's all right. Okay, let's go ahead and sell off. What do we have? We have 100 and we only need 50. So sell them all. All right, our tanks are basically full. Home we go. And we'll bring this guy over here. Just park him in the grouping. All right, episode complete. Phase 3 completed, Phase 4 available, Deep Space Industries Part 2 complete, 1500 industry, 1500 logistics. And we've got a relatively robust system set up here. We are all done, Captain. That was an incredible display of industrialized power. There's nobody even close to us in the marketplace, and we basically are the Andromeda Project. They need us now. I'm going to take a short break from the project. I trust you'll be able to do the next couple of stages on your own. You should know that my doctors continue to bring me bad news each time I talk to them. Well, I don't know how long I have left. This will be my final project. I just hope I have time to finish it. I'll do my best, buddy. Alright, so phase 4. We've got some unknowns here. So this might be where we have to now research phase 4 and 5. So we'll probably have to kick off the next stream with that. We're working on our fighters, so I'll leave that open. Our research tree, though, is looking pretty complete. All right, let's check here. 5,000, 42,000. Yeah, we've got plenty of supplies on here. At some point, we are probably going to have to bring the fuel ship over here and actually fuel this thing up. It'll probably be easier than loading it by hand. Speaking of the fuel ship, though, I think if we're going to have to do that here pretty soon, let's go ahead and quit draining fuel out of this thing. So we'll go ahead and stop this. Let's let the fuel tanks fill up. All right, well, we're kind of wrapping up here. I think we will sell off, though, what fuel we currently have. Dump that stuff. We don't need that. Keep the tanks just in case. FTL charges? I don't know. Oh yeah, this ship can jump. Water, food, spacesuit crew. Alright, that is gonna clean itself out. You know what, while we're waiting for this, let's go ahead and... It's only 2 research points. We'll burn through that pretty quick while we unload this fuel. Yeah, look at that. Already 14% complete. And while we're also doing that, we need to... Will it be quicker to transfer this to the station? Or just sell it? Probably transfer. All right, let's see. Fleet logistics. We've got the mini miner. And what we want to do is transfer over all of that, all of that, all of that. All right, start loading it up. Now over here, we have to make room for this. So we are going to need to redo some of our storage. So we'll convert this over to metallic ore. We'll convert this over to copper ore. Now some of the other stuff, we got general storage, I think, up here. So some of our precious and thallium and little bits and pieces that we got. We'll just make that general cargo. Clear that out. Copper minerals and copper ingots. Let's go ahead and all right. Let's go check on the mini miner's done. The fuel depot. Okay, they sold off the extra fuel. So now we should just be cranking out. Yep, that's going well. Yeah, 3 of the wrong one. Yeah, 3 of these are keeping up there. So we don't necessarily need 4 running. Processed all that. Okay, that ship's done. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to let this transfer take place. Let's go ahead and slip out. We'll take a quick break while it's transferring, and we'll wrap up when we get back. See you all in a bit. I need to put the tanks over there. We can sell those potentially. Well, that's not what I want. Okay, mini miner. That's fine. I think that's from when we fueled up the ship, and I can't get it to go away. We were looking for ore. Alright, we'll transfer those last two over to the foundry. I don't see a way to clear it. There, that's the way it was before. Actually, we could. Actually, we do. Hold on, let me check something on the foundry. Let's go ahead and, speaking of fuel, we don't necessarily have to bring the full-on fuel ship over here. What we can do is just use the miner ship as a transport ship here. Okay. And the mini miner, let's just dump some fuel. $10,000. How much does it have? It has 25. 15. Yeah, let's just dump 20,000. That's about 2 tanks. Each of these tanks holds about 9,000. So yeah, we'll just transfer some fuel out of here, and then we can go back and pick up some more. Keep the old foundry fueled up here. I mean, we have 93,000 fuel, so I'm not worried about it. But these tanks will hold 22, so we have more than half. I kind of like that. You can make a fuel ship. Just transfer fuel. Alright, that stack of 8's still on there for some reason. Alright, whatever. Alright, let's go ahead and save this. So what do we have going on for next time? Oops, we need to get the mini miner. There we go. Back it off. Perfect. Alright, that's our little mini fleet we have going in our manufacturing. Got metallic minerals everywhere. Even got some up here, some up there. We should be fine. Even if we have to sell some of this, we can. Don't know what the next phase will bring us. So, if we kind of look at the Stargate, we have phase 4. So So Stargate Project, we got phase 4 and 5. We will continue that. I think we're going to have to do the research. Now, our research for... Where's our research? For our fighter speed got done. So we have a plus 100 there. So we'll probably have to research that. And then we'll do the fighters. And then we'll see where we go from there. So research phases. Research fighters. Oops, let's go ahead and put this back. There we go. And then probably build... I don't know. What are we going to do with the mini miner? Make it a smelting ship? Maybe? Smelting ship. And then I don't know if we're going to do it in the next stream, but the stream after, we're probably going to have to start thinking about combat. So building some combat. Once we get these fighters done, I'd like to build a capital ship that has fighters. I think that would be fun. So that's probably what we'll do 2 streams from now, I would guess. We'll see. Might be while we're working on the Stargate, we could work on that as well. All right, let's go ahead and save that. And again, I think I saved, but it's never a bad idea to save twice. Okay, that will do it for this run. Hopefully you guys are liking this new game. I'm having a ball for me. This one's maybe a little bit for me. I've loved this game since it was an early alpha, and to see it go to a full release has been really, really, really satisfying. So that has been really fun, in my opinion. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and get this set up here. I think we're gonna raid Chem Black, playing Pool Cleaning Simulator. That's very specific. Power Wash Simulator is one we've played before on the channel. If anybody's still alive or awake with us, go ahead and drop a decon raid in the chat when we get over there. With that being said, we're going to leave you like we always do. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for making gaming a positive influence on the world. Thank you for being a part of our gaming community. I do appreciate each and every one of you. So have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night. And we will continue the Stargate project tomorrow. Take care, everybody.